My hip bones jut through the lycra. I stand under the showers at the edge of the pool, feeling the needles of water scratch their way down my back, then lower myself into the shallow end. The water is cold at first, and my breath hitches a couple of times in response. There are 2 lifeguards on duty today. One is watching the baby pool, where a few toddlers bounce in armbands and inflatable rings. When Charlie was a toddler, I used to take him to the pool. All babies can swim. The memory of being in the womb still so fresh for them at that age. I took him only once, though. That was it. The thought of him underwater, mouth and nose blocked like that, I couldn't keep going. My anxiety was too much, even then. The other lifeguard, a man with a beard and yellow flip-flops, is sitting halfway along the length of the pool. He's relaxed in his chair, not worried about anything, trusting the swimmers to know what they're doing. The pool is about as full as I expected. Plenty of people doing lengths up and down. And there's a wide space on the far side without lanes, where people can swim however they want. It's best, though, I have learned, to stick near the lanes. I check that my swimming cap is on tightly enough, then push off from the shallow end, ducking my head under the water. I start with breaststroke, swimming like a frog, letting my face dip under the water with each pull, melding into the flow of swimmers. To the lifeguard, I'm just another woman in a black swimsuit and blue cap. Quite ordinary. After a few lengths, the water doesn't even feel cold anymore. My goosebumps have gone, my shuddering has stopped. It's only that I'm a little out of breath. I come to a pause at the deep end and hook my arms over the side, my heart running fast. I wait until my heart and breathing slow, then I slip under the lane ropes until I find a little space just off to the side. I look as if I'm just floating, taking a rest from doing any lengths. I haven't done this in a long time. I have been going too easy on myself. I float in the water and breathe out slowly, letting each ounce of air out of my lungs. You can do this to calm down, expelling the carbon dioxide out of your system, letting that stale, anxious air release. You can do it for that. I empty my lungs. Then I sink myself under the water, right down to the bottom of the pool. It is very quiet and peaceful down here. I cross my legs, ankle bones hard against the floor. My body is heavy with no air in it, and I can sit like a Buddha, right on the bottom. For a few seconds at least. It doesn't hurt. The oxygen from my previous breaths lasts a little while. But with empty lungs, it doesn't take long for the suffocating feeling to start. First, it sets the blood pounding in my head. Then my body twitches with the frantic desire to draw breath, my ribcage jerking in a series of desperate hiccups. I don't give in. The pain centres me, sets the world to rights. It is a show of my love to put myself through this. It's a way to express the deepest empathy I know. I count the seconds. Normally I can last no more than 30. Today, I force myself to 42. I am gasping when I reach the surface. I turn to the pool side, hiding my face. No one has noticed. They never do. After all, I'm only down there for half a minute, not much more. Not time enough for anyone to worry. Most people wouldn't empty their lungs before going under. The rush of air back into my lungs feels like such a sweet relief, and like a betrayal. I have done it, though. I have levelled the balance, like drawing a thick black line through my head, ordering the chaos of my mind. I feel so much better afterwards. My head is so much clearer. It's as though that suffering beneath the water washes away the shame and guilt, and I can be my ordinary, clear-headed self again. Your anxiety, your paranoia, I remind myself, it's driven by guilt. It always was. I've made this link before, but somehow, along the way, I've forgotten it. I never quite told the mental health professionals the truth. They had their formulations and I had mine. We never told anyone. But if you address the guilt, I remember now, then all the anxiety melts away. When I check my phone in the changing room, there are 2 missed calls and a voicemail from Freya. I simply delete them. 1, 2, 3. She doesn't need to call me or visit. There's no reason for her to worry about me now. I won't be pursuing Sarah's case anymore. Outside the swimming pool, it's striking how much better I feel. My damp hair, crackling with chlorine, makes my head sing with the crisp cold, and the air, the sounds, the whole world around me feels clearer, as though cotton wool has fallen from my ears and a film has been washed away from my eyes. I can breathe right to the bottom of my lungs. The mind is so powerful. Anxious people constantly need proof that things are okay. Normal people start from the assumption that everything is fine. I remember someone telling me that once. Assume things are fine. The secret, then, of how to be normal. If you don't know, if everything sways one way then the other, then you can make the choice. You can choose to be sane. On the way home, I stop off at the supermarket and load up a trolley with all the things I should have bought these last 2 weeks. I carry the bags all the way up the hill, their handles carving deep runnels into my arms. Back at the flat, I take a shower to wash the remains of the chlorine out. I clean the whole flat. I do 3 loads of laundry. I tick off every single task on my to-do list. From the living room, I throw away all my scrawled pages of notes. Then, that afternoon, almost like a reward, a buyer-me calls on my work mobile. The ringing is like an alarm going off in the flat. The phone trembles where I left it on the kitchen table. When I answer, the conversation doesn't take long. There's only one thing he's calling to tell me. They are ready for me to come back to work. Chapter 20. Back then. Pryn and Jane are playing in the bedroom with the curtains closed. It's August, and the hottest day of the year so far. It is midday and far, far too hot to play outside. Daddy has said that later, once the sun has gone down a bit, he will set the sprinkler up on the lawn. Pryn is looking forward to that. She's excited to show off her cartwheels to Jane. She can almost do them with her legs straight now. She has been practicing. For now, though, Pryn and Jane are inside, playing with Pryn's dolls. Pryn has a whole story in her head for them to act out, but Jane isn't keeping up. She seems more interested in making the dolls sit upright, with their legs together and their skirts straight. It doesn't matter how they sit, Pryn keeps telling her, but for some reason it matters to Jane. Despite the closed curtains, Pryn is still hot. Both of them are wearing shorts and t-shirts, but even that feels to Pryn like too much. The curtains aren't really thick enough, and the sun is slanting through, making the carpet warm under the window seat, close to where they are sitting. The air in the room is thick and muggy. No breeze. No air at all, almost, it feels. Pryn picks up one of the dolls. She has a whole scene in her head, ready to act out. "Don't!" cries Jane. Which is stupid, because it's Pryn's doll. She can do whatever she likes with it. But Jane has just spent the last 5 minutes arranging this doll just so, and now she's upset that Pryn has barged in on all that. Pryn lifts the doll towards her. Jane makes a grab for it and gets her by the skirts. Pryn is holding the doll by its soft head. Jane tugs. Pryn pulls, both of them refusing to let go. It's a hot, frantic tug of war. Jane pulls again, and Pryn pulls back even harder. Then she hears it. A ripping sound. She looks down. Jane is holding the doll in her hands, and Pryn is holding the head. Pryn almost falls headlong as she rushes downstairs. She is already shouting out as she runs. She's managed to wrestle the doll's body off Jane, and now she holds both pieces in her hands. She has left Jane sitting in the hot room above, eyes huge, arms wrapped round her knees, knowing she has done a bad thing and is likely to get in quite a lot of trouble. Pryn is going to tell on her. It was all Jane's fault. That's what Pryn needs to say. She is furious with Jane for breaking one of her toys, but as she runs downstairs, the tears come too. It wasn't a favourite toy, but it was very upsetting, seeing the doll rip apart like that. The sheer violence of it releases another flood of cries from Pryn, anger and upset and hurt and shock. She shouldn't be crying, she knows that. But it was so horrible the way the head just came off. She bursts into the kitchen, clutching the ragged pieces of doll in her hands. Mum is standing at the kitchen sink with her back to Pryn, her shoulders shaking. When she turns around, Pryn's own tears die in her throat. Mum is crying. She is crying. There isn't any doubt this time. Pryn can see the wet streaks all over Mum's face. Mum? Pryn stops short in the middle of the kitchen. The word comes out small and uncertain. Her own eyes suddenly feel quite dry. She takes another step forwards, then stops again. As she stands there, holding the broken doll, she sees fresh tears well up in Mum's eyes. Mum? She says again. And she cannot help but feel frightened this time. Then there's a noise behind her. It's Daddy. He was standing on the other side of the room, hidden by the door when Pryn came in, but now he steps forwards, right up to Pryn. He crouches down in front of her and puts his hands on her shoulders, turning her a little bit so she can't see Mum properly anymore. Mostly, she can only look straight into Daddy's eyes. He cocks his head. "What happened?" he asks. Pryn looks down at the pieces of doll in either hand. She looks up again at Daddy. "We had me and Jane." Pryn stops. "Why is Mum crying?" she whispers. Daddy smiles. "She isn't," he says. Pryn looks up at Mum again. She is busy wiping the wet from her cheeks. "But," says Pryn, her voice louder now, "she is." Daddy shakes his head. "No," he says. "She's cutting an onion." Pryn looks all around the kitchen. On the table, on the draining board, on the granite island in the middle. She can't see an onion anywhere. "Where?" She is still holding the pieces of doll. Daddy stands up. He's very tall when he stands up straight. He goes to the fridge and opens the door. It looks so nice and cool in there. Mum is still standing by the sink. Daddy pulls out a clear plastic bag and sets it on the draining board beside Mum. Pryn can see that there are onions inside, 4 of them, brown and crackly. Daddy takes one out, then lifts the chopping board from behind the toaster and sets that down next to Mum too, the onion on top. And he takes a knife out of the knife block. "There," he says, when it's all laid out. "Do you see?" She looks back and forth from Daddy to Mum and back again. Grown-ups know things. Pryn understands this. They are always trying to teach you lessons, and Pryn always tries to be quick to learn. And here it is. Another lesson. No tears in this house. And she knows just how much Daddy likes things to be fine. And suddenly, Pryn sees it, just like Daddy said. It's as though all the little pieces come together. It's just like the zoetrope, and playing with the dolls, and all the stories she writes in her head. She gets it. "Why?" she says to herself, feeling more grown up than she ever has before. "It's just make-believe. Who would have thought? Make-believe is a grown-up's game too. They make believe, and then it's real." How clever, she thinks. How clever is that? She smiles up at Daddy, and he smiles back. He stands next to Mum with his hand on her shoulder. "Now," he says, "what is it you were hollering about?" Pryn looks down at what she's holding in her hands. She brings her left hand and her right hand together. Body and head join back up. "Oh," she says. "Nothing. I can hardly remember. I think everything is just perfect after all." It feels very strange and new, but very clever. Daddy smiles down at her, his big, crinkly smile, and Pryn smiles up at him, right back. Back upstairs, Pryn sets the doll down on the floor with the others. If she lies it down, it looks just fine. She tells Jane not to move that one. She'll think up another part for that doll in her story. Sleeping Beauty, something like that. Jane is just happy not to be in trouble. She's quite happy to play Pryn's story game now. And later that afternoon, Daddy sets up the sprinklers all over the lawn. The sun is slanting in the sky now, and there's a breeze. Pryn does her cartwheels, and she's quite sure her legs are straight. She only has to believe it And it's true. She and Jane jump through the sprinklers, just as planned. There are rainbows caught in every single one. Chapter 21. It feels like months, years even, that I have been away from work. When I check the dates, though, it's only been a little over a week. I don't have any clean tights. I haven't washed any since the last day I was in the office. I spend all Sunday evening sorting myself out. On Monday morning, when I pack my handbag, I put my inhaler inside just in case. I haven't needed to do that in ages. Nearly a year, probably. But now I just feel better having it with me. I know the medicine in it isn't real. These symptoms are psychosomatic. Nothing more than my body remembering things that I've been unable to come to terms with. Expressing feelings I'm trying too hard to submerge. But, to my mind, having the inhaler helps. With it, I can convince myself that when I feel the tightness in my lungs, it's nothing more than a winter flare-up, one that will settle down soon. When I pull on my work clothes, a simple blouse, plain black trousers, the waistband is ridiculously loose. In the back of my wardrobe, I find a belt. With that clipped tight, you can't see the extra inches. In the bathroom, I put on even more makeup than usual. Powder and blusher, as well as foundation, eyeliner, eyeshadow, mascara, the lot. I blow-dry my hair until my scalp burns, then wrap it into a glistening bun. Heels this time, instead of my ankle boots, and a tight hold on that thick black line I've drawn in my head. I practice a smile in the bathroom mirror. I've even remembered to clean my teeth. On the walk down Brixton Hill, though, despite the blue sky and golden sun, I can't shake the sense of a facade. I can't shake the sense of something crouched darkly behind it. I jump at car horns, feel clawed at by the wind. But I keep my chin up, so no one would know. When I enter my old familiar office, Emma is there, same as always, tucked in at her desk. "Hey," she says. "Really good to see you. Listen, can I get you some tea?" Because to Emma, tea is the answer for everything. I nod, because it's easiest. But at the same time, I'm asking the same thing I'm asking about every single person in my life now, those few people that there are. Was it her? Did she send that message? But her face is so open, and she is so friendly and normal with me, a bit sorry about everything that happened, that's all, that it just doesn't seem possible to suspect her. She is such a kind, straightforward person. Surely not someone who could wish me any harm. Abayami wants to see me first thing, of course. While Emma makes tea, I go to his office. It's warm and smells of coffee. He stands up as I come in and comes round the desk to pull out a chair for me, as if, in my time off, I have become some kind of invalid. "Good to see you, Jen. How are you?" I rest my palms carefully on my lap, one on each side, just so. It helps me confirm that I am sitting up straight. I reply to him calmly and professionally in my neatly articulate voice. "Good to see you too. And I'm fine." He hesitates for a moment, as though he's expecting me to say something more. I keep my hands in my lap and wait for him to continue. "I really appreciate," Abayami says, still with that hesitation in his voice. "How good you have been about all this. I'm sorry again for how it's been." "No," I say. "I completely understand," even though I didn't really have another choice. "We've had an internal investigation. I explained to them that although some checks weren't done, the safety checks were complete and everything else is up to date. We could provide the certificates for those." I had to explain to them, though, about the annual inspection. Of course. And can I say again how sorry I am about that? It won't happen again, I can assure you. I really appreciate you having me back. Abayomi's dark skin flushes. Now it's his turn to say, "Of course." I know he's sitting only across the desk from me, not far away at all, but it's a little like looking down the wrong end of a telescope. To bridge the gap, I give a smile, one of the many smiles I've practiced. "You'll have to work for a while under closer supervision," Abayomi is saying. "I've been asked to keep an eye on you. We'll be making changes to a number of the ways we do things, and there will be a report. An official one. Beyond that, I think they'll be willing to draw a line and move on." I nod. "All right. That's fine. I understand." My breathing is so light I can hardly feel it. "All right then." Abayomi coughs and pushes his chair backwards. I follow his cue and get, a little unsteadily, to my feet too. I'm keen to get started. I honestly feel quite all right about everything. I'm just turning to leave when he says, "Jen?" I stop. My turn to hesitate now. "Yes?" "You are sure, are you?" "About what?" Abayomi touches the photo frame on his desk, an unconscious move with the tips of his fingers. "Are you sure that you're okay?" I'm wearing lipstick and eyeliner. I'm wearing blusher and heels and the belt, for heaven's sake. I can't feel a single hair out of place. "Yes, absolutely," I tell him. I don't let my smile move an inch as I step towards the door, and I close it as tightly as I can when I leave. The rest of the day all goes so well. I'm back in the swing of it so easily, as if I've never even been off. Within hours, my files are all up to date. I go out on appointments in the afternoon, and I complete them all without a hitch. Being back here is such a relief. I've returned to my ordinary life. I can put all the rest behind me. When I check my phone, there are missed calls from Marianne, and the sight of them gives me a pang in my stomach. But after a minute, I make myself delete them. Haven't I made up my mind about this? I need to concentrate solely on my job and on Charlie. I can't keep getting mixed up with anything else. Then, just as I'm about to leave the office for the day, my scarf already half tied around my neck, my work mobile rings. This time it's a call from a London number. When I answer, a voice says, "Ms. Arden?" "Yes," I say. A pause. There have been so many strange phone calls lately, but I don't recognise this voice at all. Yes, I say again. Sorry, hello. My name is Mike Bernard. I'm calling on behalf of the coroner. The coroner? Yes, regarding Sarah Jones and the forthcoming inquest into her death. I have to close my eyes. I should have known. I really should have expected this. We would like to gather a further statement from you, as a witness. I tug at my scarf to loosen it. It has got wrapped so tightly around my neck. Coroner's court. The inquest. I can feel the whole thing opening up in front of me again, as though I haven't put any of it away at all. I sit back down in my chair and pull off my gloves. Even when I try, I can't seem to turn away. Instead, it feels as though I'm being picked out for this. It feels as though, even if I wanted to, this awful tragedy just won't let me go. I knew her, says my own voice in my head. She sent me an email. When friends and relatives didn't want to know. What will you need from me? I manage to ask. My neck stings from the rub of the scratchy wool of my scarf. We are simply collecting all the details regarding the circumstances of Miss Jones's death. Along with the police report, her medical records suggest natural causes. She, had severe allergies. The state of the body, though, it's difficult to know. Our aim at the inquest is to provide a legal ruling. I understand, I say, while my mind races. Natural causes. Allergies. Something as preventable as that. The new information lodges in my head, scattering new images, new shards of sadness, new guilt. But am I under scrutiny? I blurt out to this man on the phone, this man I have never met. I feel completely at his mercy. A pause again. I understand your housing association has admitted a degree of negligence in relation to the case, but I think I can hear him shuffling papers. I understand this was not directly related to the cause of death, only to the delay, the extreme delay, in the discovery of her body. And you want a statement from me? Somewhere on the floor above, I hear a security alarm sound shrilly and then cut off. We would, yes. If you can let me know a correspondence address, I can send you the full details of what to provide and where to submit it to. It is quite straightforward, nothing really to worry about. All right. And the inquest itself, will I have to attend? I believe that will be unlikely. We will, of course, inform you if we wish to summon you as a witness, but it's more probable that we'll simply include your written statement as part of the submitted evidence. But even if you don't call me, will I be allowed to attend? Yes, of course, Miss Arden. Inquests are public hearings. Any member of the public may attend. Thank you. Then can you send the correspondence here, to the office? I rattle off the address. Please do that. I will help in any way that I can. I want, as much as anyone, to make sense of what happened. Of course, Mr. Bernard says. Thank you for your time today, Miss Arden. I'll send you the information out right away. As a courtesy, he gives me his number to write down, then hangs up. and I fumble in my bag for my inhaler, firing sharp puffs to ease my gasping chest. Charlie is walking with Molly when he comes out of school. For a moment, I think they are even holding hands. Then she runs off towards her father, and Charlie is running across the tarmac towards me. His movements look smooth, coordinated even. I make myself bend down and open my arms. He runs right into them, hugging me tight. Did you have a good day? I turn my smile down towards him. The best. He wriggles free and looks up at me. Assume it's fine. Always assume it is fine. And Charlie really has had a good day at school. Ms. Simmons comes out to the playground especially to tell me. He did really well in our maths test, she says. He said he'd been practicing with you. My son is looking up at me, his face open, eager, hopeful. Kids need praise like flowers need the sun. I know that. Genuine praise. Loving praise. That's great. I'm so pleased, I say, smiling at both of them, my son and his teacher. It's lovely to hear when Charlie is doing well. I stoop down and take his hand in mine. My perfect, flawless, healthy son. To prove it to myself, I take Charlie out to eat for dinner. We walk right across Brockwell Park and down to Herne Hill, where there's a fish and chip restaurant that Charlie has loved ever since we came here for the first time a couple of years ago. We go out to eat like this so rarely, trying to get by on my single wage. And because being out in public like this puts me so on edge. But I'm remembering something else the psychologist told me last year. You have to test your fears. Really test them. Push them far enough to really prove them wrong. When we get to Ollie's fish restaurant, I let Charlie order whatever he fancies. He wants the children's portion of cod and chips, and I choose the same, only adult-sized. I know I need the calories. Once we've ordered our drinks, Charlie busies himself colouring in the paper placemat. I try not to let it remind me of the tests they gave him. Paper and pencil exercises, tests of function and intellect. Lately, I've been letting my mind run away with me. These worries about Charlie, I need to get a hold. Mike Bernard's call has restarted everything. Everything I thought I could let go. How did I think I could just walk away? After the way I let Sarah down before. And now am I going to let Marianne and Alistair down too? And anyone else out there who knew her, who cared? I told myself I wouldn't leave it up to the coroner. How can they answer the questions we all need answered? But if I'm going to keep investigating Sarah's death, then I need to be sure that my mind is clear, strong. Sitting across from him, I steady my breathing. I sit there, hands in my lap, concentrating. In-breath, out-breath, until my heart beats a slow, steady rhythm. I time it for a minute, then 1 minute more. I know how to do this. I knew that I could. Once I'm sure that I am okay, I pull out my phone and dial one of the few numbers I have stored in there. Marianne sounds surprised, but glad to hear from me. I've been trying to get in touch, she says. I got your message the other day, but when I tried to call you back, you didn't pick up. I know. I'm so sorry. I was called back to work. I am really sorry for not answering your call. The waiter brings our drinks and sets them on the table. Charlie lifts his with both hands, as I've taught him. Nice and steady. No slips. "But you said you managed to find him?" asks Marianne. "This Alistair?" Yes, at the hospital." I take a sip of my own lemonade, the bubbles painful against my tongue. I don't think to tell her about the text message, the threat. I simply write it off in my mind. Some anomaly, some prank, some miscommunication. "He had no idea she died, Marianne. They were a couple at university, but it seems they hadn't spoken in years." "So I knew her more recently than he did?" "Yes. He had no way of knowing. When they broke up, she completely cut him off." "Why?" "I don't know. He doesn't really know. But he mentioned her parents. Marianne, there was surely something wrong there. As if she was embarrassed by them, or they were ashamed of her. She changed her email address, phone number. He tried to contact her, but it was like she blocked him." There's a pause while Marianne digests this. "Well, there must have been a reason." "There is always a reason." "Like what?" Marianne's tone is so sure. "Something he did to make her act that way." I hesitate. "That he did?" Charlie stares up at me, wondering what I'm talking about. I hand him another crayon and nod at him to keep colouring. "I don't know, Marianne," I say. "I don't think so. He really seemed like a nice person." And I think of what she said herself, how, after Sarah got headhunted, Marianne couldn't reach her either. "He seems really hurt by it all," I add. "Still." On the end of the line, Marianne goes quiet. "I meant to ask you," I say, "those times when she wasn't working with you, where did she go then, do you know? You said she dipped in and out." "Well, holidays, I assumed. Like I said. Perhaps she sometimes took other jobs." "But what if she didn't?" I say. "What if she was just at home, on her own?" "No," says Marianne. "I can't imagine that. I just can't." She goes quiet again. Then, "Well, now what?" "I don't know. I've been trying to map it out and make sense of it, the little bits and pieces we know, but I still really don't have any answers. Alistair was honestly in such shock when I told him, and we didn't have long to talk really at all. He was only on a break. I think maybe..." "Yes? Maybe what?" I look at Charlie, colouring across from me. I think of how it's always only me and him. I think I need to see him again. The waiter arrives with our meals. I tell Marianne I have to go, promising again to keep in touch. Properly this time. When the waiter sets our plates down, my portion looks gigantic, but I force myself to eat, pushing each mouthful down. I need to take better care of myself. I know that. As Charlie eats too, he chatters to me about his day. Just like any ordinary kid. He's happy, relaxed in himself, content. No emotions bouncing off the walls. If you look for it, you'll find it. So don't look. I let my ears tune him out ever so slightly, blurring my eardrums the way I'm able to blur my eyes. Charlie is doing great. And I am doing fine. I take a few more bites of my meal, managing most of the mushy peas at least, before I push my plate aside. While Charlie finishes up his, I click open my mobile again. In the Messenger app, Alistair's texts are still there. I read them again, 3 times, until I'm sure. Then quickly, before I can change my mind, I text him back. Yes. Chapter 22. But first, there's something I have to check. When we get home from the restaurant, I put Charlie to bed early. Then I open up Google again. I don't know why I didn't think of doing this before. There's this piece of the puzzle I haven't chased until now. Her parents. How much they seem to have to do with it all. There's no way of knowing whether they'd be willing to speak to me, and yes, I know the police couldn't trace them before. But it was me who tracked down Marianne and Alistair, and what if the police just didn't look that hard? As a housing manager, with links to the local authority, there's a special register I can access. We use it sometimes for our deeper ID checks when we're worried that something doesn't quite add up. I have Sarah's details and I can start there. We can find birth certificates here, marriage certificates too. I log into the register and type in Sarah's details, her full name, her date of birth. I'm lucky. The other Sarah Joneses have different middle names, so, incredibly, there is only one result. And here it is. Her birth certificate. I find myself reading it, holding my breath. Here they are. The names of her parents. Suddenly, they are 100 times more real. Sarah's mother, Sarah's father. I'm getting closer, step by step. I plug their names, together now, into my search. The database works hard for me, offering up new leads. Now a marriage certificate appears, and with it, an address. The place where, back then at least, they lived. Somewhere a long way from London. My brain feels as though it's tingling. My whole body is tense, on edge. Through this database, too, you can find other addresses. You can check the other places people have lived, still live. It's a function I'm not technically licensed to use. Maybe the police never even went this far. But these are exceptional circumstances, surely. And if I don't tell anyone that I've looked, who would know? I tell myself I'll only look so far. There are other searches I could run, other databases even. But I won't. I'll go as far as I can here, then I'll stop. I'm already stepping over a line. Even with this one address, it might be enough. And, in fact, when I run their names through this feature, no other homes come up. Which means the address from the marriage certificate is where they're still living. Unless, of course, they've moved out of the country, Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales, or abroad. My hands are shaking as I log out of the database. I've only been in there 2 minutes, at most. Now I plug the postcode into Google, a search engine anyone's entitled to use. When the map appears, I click straight onto Street View. The stretched images appear, disorientating at first, but then I spot the road sign. I'm in the right place. I scroll my way up the road, checking the house numbers. It looks like such an ordinary street. The houses on either side are uniform, modest. It looks as if such ordinary people live there. Is this where Sarah used to visit them? You can go there, I think. You could knock on their door. It's not impossible. Not a totally crazy idea. The street view is glitchy, every transition a jerk. 35, 37. I need 41. When I reach the right place, though, I can't believe it. I have to scroll back and forth to check. Number 39 is there on one side, and there's 43, but number 41 should be right in between. Instead, there's nothing. Only a blank. A flattened plot of land that someone's tried to concrete over. This is where they were supposed to be living. Instead, Sarah's parents' house has been torn down. I close the laptop. My hands are really shaking. Something about this runs so close to home, hooking onto all my suppressed fears, moving me to do things I never normally do. The TV clock says it's almost 9:30. Late, but maybe not too late. I pick up my phone, the impulse a compulsion, and take it through to the kitchen. I know the number off by heart, though I could count on 2 hands the number of times I've dialed it. I can't remember the last time I did this. Clumsily, I type the digits and press call. 6 rings. 7. Maybe they aren't in. Maybe they no longer answer the phone at this time. Then, hello? I hesitate just a moment. Dad? Jennifer! His voice is surprised, pleased. I never call him. He always calls me. How are you? I mean, is everything okay? I'm fine, I say, because that's what I always say. But even as I say it, tears are sliding down my cheeks. I let my whole body slide down the kitchen units to sit on the cold kitchen floor. I'm fine, I say again, somehow managing to stop my voice from cracking. I just thought I should call for a change. I'm all right. I'm quite okay. And Charlie? My voice sounds strange, high-pitched in my ears. Charlie is great. He's really doing fine. Oh, good. That's good. My words are like a runaway train, gathering speed. You know, he's almost 9 now. He's a lovely boy. Really, he is, and he's growing up so fast. OK, Dad says. Well, that's really great. Listen, Jennifer, just let me... A pause on the line. I'll just take this downstairs. Will you hang on a minute? Wait, Dad? Yes? I can picture him, hovering at the top of the stairs, one knobbly hand on the polished banister. I picture my mother, sitting in the upstairs living room, stiffly upright in her chair, eyes on the TV, but listening to everything going on. I've started now, and I don't seem to be able to stop myself from rushing on, breaking protocol. Before I can stop myself, I've rushed even further, right into the one area I never meant to go. I don't know why I'm even asking. It's as though I'm deliberately trying to hurt myself, or maybe I'm just feeling so desperate that I don't care. Dad, is Mum there? Jen, Dad says again, in a voice that says, "Don't you know better than to ask?" But I cut him off, pushing forwards as though I can beg him into changing his answer. Could I speak to her? Can't you get her to come to the phone? Dad's painful awkwardness floods the line. It comes back to me. The thing he once said to me, trying to explain how much worse it became when I moved away. She took it as a slap in the face. And now, again, I have put him in such an awkward position. I can picture that room behind him, the pristine sofa, the stack of coasters that must always be used, every prized cushion placed just so, the rug Mum used to hoover and hoover as if she was trying to hoover the whole floor away. But Dad tries. He really does. All right. Let me see. Wait just a sec, Jennifer, he says. I wait for what feels like 100 years. I lean forward and press my forehead to the sharp bones of my knees. It's as if I'm praying, or bowing, or waiting for some kind of blow to the head. A rustle again at the handset. I sit up. Jen, says Dad. I'm sorry. She can't come to the phone right now. Another time, maybe. It's just right now. He is still talking. Sorry about everything, but I lift the phone away from my ear. My whole body feels cold and rigid. Whatever had opened or softened before has closed up again. I'm almost disgusted with myself, letting myself get in a state like this. All these years I've shut this part of my life down. And now I'm the one ripping open the wound. It doesn't make sense. I'm not making sense. Very carefully, very quietly, I hang up. Chapter 23. 4 days later, on Friday, I've arranged to meet Alistair during my lunch break. It's the only time I can do it, I've explained. I have my son with me all the rest of the time. During the working day, though, he's at school. I don't mind at all, Alistair replied. He has all this week and next off work. He's happy this time to come and meet me close to my office. Closer to home. I've told him where that is. My world this time, instead of his. He must have Googled a venue because he suggests Brixton Market, the place where everyone from outside Brixton thinks they should go. I have 45 minutes for my lunch break, enough time to get a coffee and maybe a sandwich together. At 12:45 I head down the stairs. I have my smart work suit on, flat shoes this time, but my smartest jacket. I redid my makeup at my desk before leaving. The streets of Brixton are heaving. I have to sidestep constantly, and as I pass the narrow section of the pavement under the railway bridge, my handbag gets shoved off my shoulder. I find Alistair standing at the entrance gates to the market. Part of me was worried that I wouldn't recognise him, but I do, of course. He looks just the same. And then something happens that I wasn't expecting. A heat in my chest, something flipping in my stomach. Those kinds of feelings. I swallow hard, pushing them away. When I come up to him, I don't know whether to shake his hand or what, so instead I just stand there, both hands holding tight to the shoulder strap of my handbag, my arm like a barrier across my chest. He has a bag slung over his own shoulder, with what looks like a bundle of files inside. He smiles at me. Shall we head in? The covered market is swarming with people too. It always is. The avenues are narrow in here, everything crammed in together. Shop fronts pushing out right into the walkways, sandwich boards set every which way to catch your eyes. Any place you'd recommend? Alistair asks. I try to think of some trendy place that he might like, but I never come here, and there's nowhere I can think of to suggest. There are smudged skylights above, columns of flags hanging from the rafters, banners, shop signs. It's colourful, vibrant, crowded, claustrophobic. Anywhere, I tell him. Anywhere you'd like. Here? He says a moment later, pointing to a simple coffee and sandwich bar. Sure, I nod. I kind of just want to sit down. As we pull out chairs, I catch sight of my reflection in the window, a see-through outline. Barely there. I try to glimpse what Alistair might see. You seemed a kind and thoughtful person. I try to read that somewhere in my silhouette, but instead, what looks back at me is someone who looks thin and skeletal, stretched and elongated in the glass. Here's the menu, Alistair says, lifting the plastic cards from the little wooden table block they stand in. It seems nice, and they have special lunchtime options, not too pricey. Sure, I say. Sure. We sit down at the slatted table in the covered avenue outside the cafe, even though it isn't very warm. The table rocks, one leg too short, and the slatted wood of its top risks things sliding through. There's a flower, a single stem, in a little glass on the table between us. Pretty. But when I touch it, I discover it's not real. It's not a date. It's not a date. It's not a date. Alistair hands a plastic menu to me. Thank you for coming to see me the other day, he says. I would never have known about Sarah otherwise. I'm glad that he has come straight out with her name, labelled the point of us meeting again like this. I lower my menu and make myself look directly across at him. I wonder if he might be as nervous and awkward as me. There's no real template for what we're doing, bonding only through a woman who died. I clear my throat. It takes a few goes. It really feels as if I have something stuck in there. I got a phone call the other day. There's going to be an inquest. I need to submit information for a statement, but I'm still trying to piece it all together. Alistair lets out a breath. I stopped by Munro House before coming here, he says. That's the place, isn't it? Where she was living. Where she died. The name of the block makes me flinch. How did you know where it was? He looks back at me. I looked it up. Google Maps. I shake my head. Of course. Yes. She had the bedsit there, on the ground floor. I get a flash of it. That cramped space under the stairway, the radio playing, the lifting of the letter flap. "Did you think of anything else?" he asks me. "After we spoke? Have you found out anything else that you should tell me?" "Only that through this, work database, I managed to trace her parents' address." "Their address?" An expression I can't read slides across his face. "Yes, and then I looked their house up online. But it isn't there now. It's been torn down." "What? You saw that?" "On Google Street View." He is staring at me. I haven't told Alistair about the message in my email inbox, and now I can't help testing him. Checking. Maybe I shouldn't be looking into all this. Maybe there are people who think this isn't my place. Maybe I shouldn't be getting involved after all. I watch him, carefully, for his reaction. Alistair lays his menu to one side and rests his wrists on the edge of the table. For a second I worry about him getting splinters, but when I feel it with my own fingers, I can tell the edge of the wooden table is quite smooth. He shakes his head. "Don't say that. I'm glad you came and found me. We can't stop now. Not after everything you've told me. I keep remembering all sorts of things. Nothing that would help us, though. Just how happy she seemed. How happy. Her parents, though. There was an issue there, wasn't there? They were estranged in some way. The police, they couldn't reach... And then at the funeral... Alistair, there was no one there." A waitress interrupts come to take our order. I start by saying I only want a black coffee, but when Alistair orders a whole meal, I pick up the menu again and make myself order a sandwich. When the waitress leaves, I realise Alistair is frowning at me. "What do you mean, estranged?" "I thought, because..." I stumble over my words. "You said she didn't want to introduce them to you." Alistair lets out a short, painful laugh. "But that was because of me." It must have been. Sarah was so close to her parents. My God, Jen, you've no idea. That was what made it seem so much worse. She absolutely adored them. Went to see them all the time. Practically every month she'd disappear off there. Always calling them on the phone in between. She absolutely loved them. They adored her. The way she talked about them, like they were the best parents in the world. Then why weren't they there when she died? They didn't come, Alistair. They weren't at her funeral. Alistair is shaking his head, looking down at his menu again. I'm telling you, when I knew her, they weren't estranged. There's an awkwardness that has come over us. Because I'm so confused by what he has said. Because all this information isn't adding up. That image of the house torn down. And yet... I press my fingers to my temples. Didn't Marianne say exactly the same thing? She was close to her parents. talked about them a lot. Don't you remember that photograph on her desk? And that pretty placard in her flat? Family is the dearest thing. When Alistair knew her, she saw them, visited them, spoke to them all the time. Did something change since then, so suddenly? Did something happen so close to when she died? The waitress brings our drinks and food, my coffee and a Coke for him. Now I find myself, stupidly, wondering why he doesn't drink. Wondering if maybe he has a problem with alcohol. It's not as if he's working today. I can feel myself trying to pick faults in him. Discredit him just because he's been nice. The smell of the food catches in my throat. For a moment I have to cover my nose. As Alistair lifts his cutlery, he looks at me, and I pick up my sandwich, ignoring the greasiness of the bread on my hands. I pinch off a corner, swallow it down. Alistair takes a few mouthfuls of his, some kind of health food salad. Then he lays down his knife and fork. "Can I show you something?" he says. I swallow another pinch of my sandwich. "Of course." He reaches into his pocket. I wipe my hands on my napkin and watch as he pulls out his phone. "Just a moment," he says. "I need to find it." There are red patches high on his cheeks. Whatever he's about to show me, it's important that I get my reaction right. "Here." He holds the phone out so that I can see the screen. It's a video. He presses play. She is moving, smiling, talking to the camera. It's her. It's Sarah. I recognise her at once. She is singing. Singing. What is that tune? I recognise it. Her voice is high, clear, childlike. I remember what Marianne said about her voice. She's singing to the camera, to Alistair. And Alistair still has no idea that I knew her, because I never told him, because I held that back. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. It's supposed to be pretty, but all the hairs on my neck stand up. She approaches, closer and closer, as if she's about to step right out of the screen. A shudder runs right through me, my mind flashing on that body on the couch, because I can't escape a sense of horror, seeing her so alive on this video, and then her death. That carpet of flies in her flat. My stomach heaves. I have to look away. I pick up my napkin and press it to my mouth where sour saliva is welling up. "Sorry," I say. "I'm sorry." I push my plate away and sit back in my chair. I cannot get that image out of my head. Her, dead on the sofa. All her features worn away. My breath is coming in short, tight lungfuls. I lean down to my bag and fumble in it for my own phone. "This isn't making sense," I tell him. "What you've said about her parents. Something must have happened, but we can check. I know who I can call." I dig in my bag again, this time for the scrap of paper that I wrote Mike Bernard's phone number on, the coroner's officer. I set it on the slatted table, holding it tight under my fingertips so it won't blow away. The varnish on my nails is chipped, flaking away like everything else. I type the numbers into my phone and press call. Mike picks up almost immediately. I'm breathless as I try to explain why I'm calling and remind him who I am. Yes, he tells me. Jennifer Arden, I certainly remember. Is there something I can help you with? I set the phone down on the slatted table and put it on speakerphone so we can both hear. Alistair's eyes are locked onto mine. There's an echoing racket around us, but we can still hear Mike's voice. I wrap an arm around my waist and lean down to speak into the phone. I'm here with a friend, someone else who knew Sarah. Please can you help us clarify the situation with Sarah's parents? A woman from the local authority said police couldn't... I'm reaching back in my mind, trying to remember the exact words of that conversation, which feels like it happened so long ago. They had no luck tracing her parents. They tried, but there were a couple of other relatives as well, deceased. That they couldn't reach them, I manage. I'm sorry, I don't know if any of this is appropriate. I don't even know if you're allowed to tell me. I squeeze my arm more tightly around myself, pressing it against my ribs. Jennifer, I'm sorry. According to my notes... One sec, let me get them up. Yes. Here, her mother in 2001, father in 2003. And what Mike says next unravels the careful design I've made. All the little stitches I've embroidered for myself. I feel the threads coming loose. My sense of reason fraying. Jennifer, I'm sorry, but both Sarah's parents have died. Almost 20 years ago. Chapter 24. Alistair scrapes his chair back from the table. A knife goes clattering to the floor. The shock on his face is a mirror of my own. Not as well deceased, but deceased as well. That young woman from the local authority had given me the facts, and I had completely misunderstood. I hang up my mobile as Alistair bends forwards and clasps his hands in front of him, elbows pressing on his knees. I think I can actually see the tremors running through his legs. My own heart is thundering. My own stomach is in knots. He goes on, sitting like that, head bent towards his knees. Alistair? I managed to say. Are you okay? People are looking at us. He clenches his hands tighter. I'm sorry, I think I'm having an anxiety attack. For a moment, I don't know what to do. I have never seen someone else like this. I only know of it myself. Then what would you want? I shout at myself inside my head. All those times you felt your mind was fracturing, what did you need right then and there? I managed to push my own chair back, get up and go round to him. I crouch down beside his seat and place a hand on his arm. Steady and kind. Try to breathe more slowly, I say. Honestly, just focus on your breathing. I say that and just keep holding on to him. He takes a shuddery breath in, lets a shuddery breath out. I'm sorry, he says again. I get these attacks. It's been ages since the last one. But what the man said just then, it's another total shock. Can I get you some water? I say, or anything else. I make sure to keep my hand on his arm, grounding him. That's the most important thing. I'm quite amazed at how calm I'm being, how well I manage to seem in control. If we can get out of here, Alistair says. He's managed to lift his head a bit. The noise, and it's so crowded. Is there somewhere we can go? A bit of space, a park, anywhere like that. That's what has always helped me before. Yes, I say. Of course. Can you stand up? I know a place. It's only a few minutes if you can walk there with me. Yeah, thank you. Jen, I'm so sorry. It's fine. Honestly, please don't be embarrassed. I'd hate for him to feel the shame I've felt. I let go of his arm just for a moment to dig some money out of my bag. I push all the cash I have, a £10 note and a £5, under a plate on the table, in among our unfinished meals. Alistair has got his bag now too. He's upright now, if unsteady on his feet. His face is so shockingly pale. Instinctively, I hold out a hand to him, the way I would for a small child. With Charlie. Just as instinctively, Alistair takes it, gripping almost more tightly than I can bear. At the same time, the contact of our palms sends little shocks through me. My skin tingling, nerves singing, my system so starved of human touch. Brockwell Park is really no distance away. We zigzag our way up the road together, his hand in mine, my hand in his. I lead him through the little entrance gate on this side, and as soon as we enter, I can feel Alistair relax. His hand loosens its grip on mine, though doesn't let go. Thank you, he says. Yes, this is perfect. I'll be all right in a minute, I swear. I just need to get a proper breath. We can sit down. Here, or keep walking? Alistair points to a bench a little way up the hill. There. Let's walk to there and then sit down. Thank you. Oh, God, I can't tell you how embarrassed I am. Please, honestly, it doesn't matter. I've been there. I understand. I've had anxiety attacks before. Alistair nods. Thank you for saying that. Here, OK, I'm gonna sit down. We both sink down. The bench is warm from the spring sunshine. I can feel the heat soaking into my legs. Somehow, we are still holding hands. I'm sorry, he says again, and now, finally slips his hand from mine. He rests his palms on his knees. His legs don't seem to be trembling any longer, and his breathing is slower, deeper. I'm feeling better. It's passing. Open space. It always helps. I don't know what I should say now. I feel so calm on the outside, and yet my heart is racing in my chest, and my hands feel cold. Anxiety of my own. I try to match my breathing to his. Long, slow breaths. I still can't believe what Mike Bernard said. A cluster of sparrows comes hopping up to us, darting near us, then flitting away. Gradually they grow braver, less timid. Watching them calms me. Soon, Alistair seems calm enough as well. I'm sorry. I'm the one to say now. I swear to you, I had no idea. I'm as shocked as you are. Alistair gives his hands a shake. I understand the gesture, shaking away the pins and needles of adrenaline. I just can't believe it, he says. The way she talked about them. You never suspected? No. She was always telling me stories about her family, her childhood. Silly things that happened to her at school, stuff she got up to with friends, family holidays, all of that. She was a natural storyteller. She was studying creative writing. Did I tell you that? He looks over at me, smiling, though his eyes are wet at the corners. I smile back, despite the weight of sadness in my chest. No, you didn't. And I think, did he tell me what he was studying at university? Yeah, English and creative writing. She showed me some of her pieces once. I wasn't much of a judge, but I thought they were good. Really vivid, you know? And we had a whole pattern set up in our lives. This bread shop that we'd always go to, stupidly expensive. Neither of us could really afford it, but they did these pancakes that she couldn't get enough of. And then, sometimes, we'd just take a bus across the city, sit on the top deck, people watch, make up all these stories about who we saw, or make up more stories about ourselves, all this stuff we would do, all these places we would go. I keep remembering all these things about her, like how, when she was annoyed, she'd push her tongue against her teeth. She had this gap in her front teeth and she'd push her tongue against that gap. We spent all this time together. I really thought I knew her. But now I realise I never really met any of her friends. I never met her family. We never went to any of these places she kept talking about. So did I really not know a single thing about her? Can I really have been that stupid when she knew every single damn thing about me? I glance across at him sharply. A harsh note has crept into his voice. Bitterness, or something else. All of a sudden, I can't quite read him, and little hairs on my arms stand up. It's so hard, he goes on, to give you a proper sense of her, Jen, when you didn't ever know her or meet her. You didn't tell him, I think. Right at the start, you didn't tell him. And how would it look now if he finds out you lied? Alistair leans back now against the bench, looking so much more relaxed. He closes his eyes. This is a nice park. What's the name? Brockwell. Yes, that's right. You're lucky to have this on your doorstep. It took me a while to get used to all the hustle and bustle when I first came to London. How did you find it, coming from Brighton? I look across at him. What? He sits up, opens his eyes again. What? How did you know I grew up in Brighton? Alistair frowns. You told me. When we first met, I thought you went to school there. He smiles. Listen, he says, I can see a cafe just up there. Will you let me buy you a tea, a coffee or something? To say thank you? I mean, it's hardly anything in return, but... Can I? He has already got to his feet. He really does seem completely fine now. I smile back at him, his figure a silhouette against the sunshine. Sure, I say. Tea, please. That would be great. He heads off and I'm just about to shout after him, decaf, when my mobile rings. When I pull it out, it's Marianne's name on the screen. I take a couple of breaths to steady myself. Should I tell her now, over the phone, about Sarah's parents? After what it did to Alistair? Should I wait to visit her, or will that take too long? Would she want me to tell her as soon as I could? Marianne, I say when I answer. Marianne, you'll never guess. But she is already speaking over me. Jennifer, you said you were going to see Alistair again. Yes, why? I did some research. You said he and Sarah were together at Middlesex. A friend of mine works in the admissions office there. I had a hunch. I just wanted to check. I called to find out when they attended. It's true, Sarah was there. She studied English and creative writing. Yes, I know. Alistair told me. I can see him at the open cafe, giving his order to the counter. He told you? Yes, that's how they met. That's where they went out. Marianne, what is this about? Jennifer, he was never there. What? I can see Alistair heading back towards me, 2 takeaway cups of tea in his hands. He's not on any of their registers. Jennifer. I'm sorry, Marianne, I have to go. I let the phone slide from my ear. He lied to you, says the voice in my head. Yes, I reply. But I lied to him too. Here you go. Alistair is looming over me, holding out the steaming cup. Automatically, I reach out to take the drink he bought. Are you okay? He says. Jennifer, what is it? I'm sorry, I say, stumbling to my feet. My bag slips from my shoulder and I yank it back up. It's just the time. I have to get back to the office. I'm late. I'm sorry, I really have to go. Will you let me walk you back then, at least? I force a smile. No, honestly, I'm literally going to have to run. You stay here. Enjoy the sunshine. I'll call you later. And I hand back the tea and leave him there, standing in the park, staring after me as I rush away. At the bottom of the stairs in our building, I hold on to the banister and force myself to catch my breath. I didn't eat more than 2 bites of my sandwich, but my whole stomach feels swollen and distended, crushing up against my lungs. I'm on my own in the stairwell. Nobody can see me here. Gradually, I fight through the panic. In my mind, I comb back through the conversations, trying to find explanations for the parts that don't add up. How did he know I grew up in Brighton? Why did he lie about being at Middlesex? Think. You have to remember. I take it, line by line. Our first conversation in the canteen. I made that comment, didn't I, about my school canteen? That must have been when I mentioned to him that I went to school in Brighton. And what did he really say about university? Did he really say he went there, or only that he knew Sarah when she did? Is that all? Misremembering and forgetting and hearing my own interpretation of what he said, just like on that call to the local authority. It's fine, I tell myself. Maybe he wasn't straight up about everything, but then neither were you, Jennifer. Neither were you. Finally, I'm able to pull myself up the staircase, legs weak and tingling as the blood fights to get round them properly. By the time I get to the top, I am steadier, confident that I can trust my judgment. I find that I can stand up straight. And by the time I open the door to my office and sit back down at my desk, anyone looking at me would see that I'm just fine. Chapter 25. Back then. It is boiling hot in the car. The sun comes beating down on the sunroof, and the aircon hardly does anything. Pryn can't wait to get to the beach, into the biting cold of the water. She kicks her feet, careful this time not to clip the back of Mum's seat. Across the car, Jane is strapped in too, gazing out through the hot window glass. She's wearing jelly shoes and shorts and a t-shirt and, like Pryn, she's got her swimming costume on underneath. Pryn is so hot that even though she's 9 years old, she can't help herself. Are we nearly there yet? Mum twists around in her seat. She is wearing big round sunglasses and has her hair tied up in a messy bun. She's wearing a big long floaty sundress. Pryn thinks she looks very pretty. Not far now, she says, and smiles. Daddy is driving, and he looks in the mirror above his head to catch Pryn's eyes. Are you excited? Of course, says Pryn. Aren't you? Daddy is good at getting excited about things. Daddy is good at having lots of fun. Pryn swings her feet again and looks out of her own window. She tries to work out how long Jane has been with them now. It must be a month at least. She still isn't sure whether Jane will go back home at the end of the summer holidays. Mum and Daddy haven't really said anything about that, although she thinks she heard them talking about Jane coming to school. To the same school that Pryn is at, though of course she wouldn't be in Pryn's class. Pryn thinks she wouldn't mind if Jane stayed longer. She thinks she wouldn't mind if Jane never went back home. Pryn squints against the sunshine. It's coming right in through her window, right into her eyes. She wishes she had sunglasses like Mum's. Pryn has got quite used to having Jane live with them. The only thing she doesn't like is when Jane has those bad dreams. Then Pryn has to get up and make her stop, get into bed with her and show her the zoetrope. That lovely couple dancing. She explains to Jane about the make-believe, how she only needs to picture it and it's real. She thinks Jane is beginning to understand. Pryn spins the zoetrope at just the right speed and tells Jane to imagine anything she wants. Then Jane calms down, and soon enough they fall back to sleep. It makes Pryn a bit sleepy just thinking about it now, and she leans her head against the car window. In fact, she must have actually dozed off for a bit then, because the next thing she knows, Mum is opening Pryn's car door, smiling down at her and saying, "We're here." It's a little bit of a walk to the beach, but Pryn doesn't mind. She knows it will be completely worth it. Daddy gives them each something to carry from the car boot. Jane gets the buckets and spades, and Pryn takes the big waterproof bag with all their towels in it. She is quite big and strong enough to carry that. Mum looks after the bag with the sunscreen and the important items like wallets and keys, and Daddy carries the big cooler box that has their lunch and snacks inside. Jane says she's thirsty when they get to the sand, and Mum fishes out cartons of orange juice for her and Pryn. She rubs sunscreen on them both while they drink, and Pryn shifts her feet about impatiently in the sand. Once that is done with, the first game they play is jumping over the waves. Pryn can swim, but Jane can't, and Mum insists that they stay in the shallows. Some waves are small, and some are big, but Pryn can jump over all of them. Jane doesn't do much jumping. She mostly just stands there, arms out, letting the water crash against her shins. After a while, Pryn gets bored of doing all the jumping herself, and anyway, it's time for lunch. Mum is already laying out the food on a blanket. "Come on," Pryn says to her cousin. "We're supposed to go and eat." Lunch is delicious. All of Pryn's favourites, even if there is sand in some of it. Afterwards, Daddy lies down on one of the spread-out towels, and Mummy says they are both going to have a little rest. "Don't go far," Mummy tells Pryn and Jane, lifting her sunglasses back from her face. The hidden skin underneath looks pale. "Don't go back in the water for now," Mum says, "and don't go anywhere where we can't see you." Pryn wriggles and squirms while Mum rubs more sunscreen onto them both. She already knows what they will do. She remembers this from last summer when they came to this exact same beach. As Mum caps the sunscreen and puts her sunglasses back on, Pryn takes Jane by the hand. Pryn is running now, up the beach, pulling Jane after her. Jane stumbles a bit in the jelly shoes she's wearing, a size too big, but she runs fast enough to keep up. Jane is actually quite good at running. Only a tiny way along the beach, there is a funny little rock formation. It makes a little cliff above the sand, not high at all. Honestly, the top is only a foot or two above Pryn's head. Not even so high as last year, because Pryn is 3 whole inches taller now. To the side, more jagged rocks make a sort of staircase, so it's easy peasy to climb right up. And then, from the top, you can jump right off. And it feels like flying. Pryn comes to a stop at the bottom of the cliff and checks back over her shoulder. She can still see them, Mum and Daddy, little wavery flat shapes in the heat. She can see Mum's arms holding up a book and the slash of Daddy's bright red towel. "Come on," says Pryn to Jane. She scrambles her way up the rocky staircase, Jane trailing after her. Pryn climbs slowly, for Jane's benefit. Jane goes very, very slowly, only moving one hand or foot at a time. It's silly, really. There's no danger of falling. The rocks are almost like normal steps. Halfway up, Jane comes to a halt. She is holding onto the rocks very tightly and seems to be breathing quite fast. "Pryn," she says, and Pryn expects her to say she wants to climb back down, that she's too scared to climb all the way to the top, and she wants to go back and just sit on a towel. Pryn twists round, so she is crouched on the rock, looking down at Jane, jelly shoes gripping tight. What is it? She asks. Jane looks up at her, her face like a little monkey's. Despite the sunscreen, her nose is already growing pink in the sun. Why do they call you that? She says. Pryn, instead of your name? Pryn gives her hands a clap. She isn't holding on at all. It's a nickname. Daddy's name for her. Short for something. Can't you guess what? Jane gazes up at her, her face blank, just waiting for Pryn to tell her the answer. Instead, Pryn turns away and scampers up to the top of the cliff. It's not really a cliff, more just like a little platform. Now that she's taller, Pryn is almost disappointed with how short the jump really is. But she still wants to show Jane, who is still climbing so slowly, 1 foot, 1 hand at a time, picking her way up the rocks. Pryn stands up as tall as she can. She can see such a long way from here. She can see Daddy and Mum easily. Daddy is up on one elbow, sort of leaning over Mum. Mum sees Pryn and sits up, waving at them, a series of quick, sharp waves. Daddy turns to look over his shoulder. Pryn waves back. She looks down at Jane, who is almost, just about, at the top. Pryn puts her hands on her hips. It's a nickname, she tells her. My daddy's nickname for me. It's short for princess, she says, holding out her arms. I'm my daddy's princess. Then she bends her knees and jumps. The sand below is so soft to land on, feet and bottom, like a pillow. Pryn falls into it, still feeling the rush of the fall. Jumping like that, it's the best feeling in the world. There's the heat and the sun and the crashing waves and the feeling of soaring, flying. Pryn lies there, staring up into the blue, absorbing it all. She feels giddy with the thrill. Then she gets to her feet and scampers back up the rock to the top. It's Jane's turn now. Don't look so scared, Pryn tells her. They are both standing at the top again now. You saw me do it. She tugs Jane's arm, pulling her closer to the edge. Imagine you have wings. Big, shiny wings. It feels amazing. You'll love it. Jane's feet slide over the rock in their 2 big jelly shoes. She pushes her weight back against Pryn's chest, shaking her head. She's gripping Pryn's wrist so hard that Pryn can tell she'll leave red marks. What a scaredy cat. Hold your arms out, Pryn tells her. Like this, like they're your wings. Why don't you use your imagination? And then Pryn isn't exactly sure what happens next, whether Jane jumped or just slipped, or whether Pryn's elbow nudged her, but the next moment she is tumbling from the cliff, a whirl of arms and legs. Pryn scrambles down the staircase, her stomach a big knot. What will Daddy say if Jane is hurt? What if Jane has broken her leg, her arm? What will Daddy say? At the bottom, Jane is all crumpled on the sand and she's making a funny, keening sound. Pryn rushes up. But Jane is already pushing herself upright. Her face is red, her wispy hair sticking out all around her head. "I thought of it," she pants, grinning. "Just like you said." Her face is all taken up by smiles. "Make-believe. I was in the air, and you were right. It was just like flying. Come on," she says. "Let's do it again." After that, they jump and jump, again and again, each time better, each time higher than the last. Eventually, they collapse on the warm sand and lie next to each other, breathless. From along the beach, Prin's mum is calling for them. Lying on her side, Prin squints against the sliding sun. Daddy is coming for them across the sand, a big, tall, handsome shape. Mum's voice continues on, high and bright, in the summer air. Just before they stand up to run to Daddy, Prin rolls over and props her chin on her hands, looking down at her cousin. "If you had one real wish," she asks her, "what did you wish for?" She thinks about what she'd wish for herself. A horse, a trip to Disneyland, a TV in her bedroom. Wings, so that she really could fly. But Jane's answer, when it comes, takes her utterly by surprise. "I'd wish for a lovely mummy and daddy," Jane says. "Just like yours." Chapter 26. I am fine. And I'll call Alistair and Marianne again soon. With everything that has been going on, though, I've completely forgotten about the party. It's Charlie who reminds me on Saturday afternoon, pointing to the gap on the fridge where the invite should be. SpongeBob hovers there, empty-handed. I remember now taking it down to scribble Marianne's details on it, but I can't think what I did with it after that. I hunt through all the piles of paper in the kitchen but don't find it anywhere. It doesn't matter though. Charlie has already memorised the details. He has a wonderful memory. How could I have questioned that? It's already 1:30 and the party is at 3. I find him a pair of smart trousers and an ironed shirt to wear. He's so excited he can hardly stand still. We have to dash out to the corner shop to find a present, hoping there'll be something decent in the limited selection. Charlie rakes through the items on the shelves. "What about this?" he says, holding up a set of paints and paintbrushes. "Molly likes it when we do art at school. I think she'd like to have something like this." I look down at my son, struck by his thoughtfulness, his empathy. The paint set is hardly the fanciest of presents. The paint looks cheap, the colours garish. But it means a lot that Charlie knows what Molly would like. I grab some wrapping paper, some ribbon too, and altogether, it doesn't look so bad. We're running so late that I book an Uber to take us to Molly's house. Charlie recites the address to me and I type it into the app. It costs more than I expected, but I go ahead and book it anyway. How often do we get to go out like this? And isn't that what the money from Mum and Dad is for, anyway? For Charlie. I make a note to myself to transfer the amount from my savings fund once we get back home. The taxi comes so quickly and gets us there so fast that in the end we arrive outside exactly on time. We scramble out of the taxi and I remember to rate and tip the driver. It's a really nice house. Victorian terrace, flower holders on the windowsills. So different to our own flat, up a flight of concrete stairs. I can see helium balloons tied to the front door, so I know we're at the right place. Charlie has got the details spot on. The balloons bounce on their strings in the gentle breeze, and Charlie bounces with them. He's a ball of excited energy. I stop and turn him towards me, straightening his shirt collar, which has got crooked from all his hopping about. "OK, then," I say. "Here you go." I hand him the present, so he can be the one to give it to Molly. Other parents and kids are arriving now. Their faces are familiar. I've seen them hundreds of times at the school gates. I recognise Rachel and Martin and Sally. I make myself stand up straight and smile, because I can see on their faces that they're surprised to see me here. But Molly invited everyone, I want to say to them. Everyone in the class, including Charlie. I relax my shoulders, smile, and wave. I'm realising now that it's really only me that has been making things difficult. I must come across as so stiff and awkward at the school gates. No wonder people tend to avoid me. I probably have some look on my face, embarrassed or preoccupied or fierce, and of course that's going to put people off. They've simply all been taking their cues from me. I need to be sure to do things differently now. They need me to show them that I'm okay. And I do feel okay. I mean, I'm so much better now. And for today, at least, I will put Sarah out of my mind. I wave again, and Charlie gives a little jump at my side, pulling on my arm. Martin smiles back at me and lifts his own hand in response. He has both of his sons in tow, one Charlie's age and one a little younger. I smile down at them both as they come up. Rachel is holding her daughter Lara's hand and Sally has Erin. We make a happy little bunch. And then the door to Molly's house opens and we are ushered into the warmth inside. Molly's mum has gone all out. There are balloons everywhere. There must be 100 at least, all different sizes and shapes. The colours seem so bright. It's as if everything has a little shimmer to the edges, so vivid and pretty. As I balance myself against the wall to slip off my shoes, I'm almost expecting to feel a little spark. Sally and Rachel are kissing Molly's mum on the cheek, their voices fluttering around them. In another room, a child screams with laughter, a waterfall of giggles. As I pull my ankle boot off, I notice there's a ladder in my tights, starting at my big toe and running right along the side of my foot. I pull the material round, so none of it shows. The rest of my outfit looks just fine. A smart skirt, a pretty blouse. Charlie has already found his way to the centre of things, handing his present to Molly, along with the other kids. Seeing him next to the other children, I realise he must have had another growth spurt. He's one of the tallest among them now. His hair shines under the lights. We washed it properly in the bath last night, for the first time in what felt like a while. He knows these children. They are his classmates, his friends. It's totally natural for him to fit in. I find myself standing next to Martin and Sally. My eyes feel dazzled by all the spotlights in the ceiling. We've each been given a slice of chocolate cake on a paper plate. It looks huge, dark and sticky, like something I could fall and get stuck right in, and the paper plate feels almost too flimsy for the weight. When I take a bite, the burst of sugar makes my teeth ache. I don't think I've been brushing properly of late. But the cake is delicious. It really is. And I've almost eaten the whole thing before I know it. Martin and Sally are talking about something, a television programme they both saw last night, some adaptation of a Harlan Coben novel. Their voices sound exaggerated somehow. Sally's a high-pitched flickering and Martin's very loud, booming in my ears. My mouth is too full of chocolate sponge for me to speak, but I look back and forth between them, nodding and smiling. It's lovely to be here. It really is. I'm so grateful to Molly's parents for inviting us. Now, Molly's mum is setting up a game of musical chairs. The chairs screech as she drags them across the living room floor to line them up. All the colours and the movements, it looks like something from a carnival parade. The music from the stereo seems to come from all around us. The whole air seems to vibrate with it. I smile and move my head and nod as Sally and Martin continue talking. Now Molly's dad is coming over to join us. He looks so like Molly, lanky and tall. There's no way you could mix up who he is. He holds out a hand to me. Only to me, because he already knows Sally and Martin, I realise. Molly seems very taken with your son, he tells me as I shake his hand. I can feel Martin and Sally both looking at me. I swallow the chocolate cake that's filling up my mouth. Oh, I say, smiling brightly. Does she? He's very tall, Molly's dad. I feel like I'm tipping backwards as I look up at him. They sit next to each other at school. Did he say? She tells me he has been very kind to her. She can be quite shy and, of course, she's new here. I keep nodding, my head floating loose on my neck. I think that Charlie really likes Molly too. He talks about her a lot. The music for the game has started now, and it's loud, really thumping. A headache buds at the back of my skull, but in front of me everything is lovely and bright. I'm trying to see past Molly's dad to keep an eye on Charlie. The children swivel and tilt themselves as they circle the double row of chairs. It's like an animation, a Disney fantasia of movement. There seem to be arms and legs everywhere. It's almost hard to see where one child ends and another one begins. When the music stops, the children tumble themselves towards the chairs, elbowing each other. Charlie gives a shriek of delight. Through the swirl, I glimpse him sliding neatly into a seat, and I want to clap. Maybe I even would, if my hands weren't taken up with my crumb-strewn plate. I feel almost giddy with how happy I feel. I'm aware of Sally and Martin looking at me, and I realise Molly's dad, I haven't even got his name, has asked me another question. I'm sorry, I say. What was that? The music starts again. A new bouncing, high-pitched song. Pharrell Williams. Is it that? I was just asking when Charlie's birthday falls. Molly's dad repeats. I smile up at him, wider than ever. 1st of May, I tell him. May Day. He was a beautiful May Day baby. Molly's dad and Sally and Martin smile and nod, but my eyes slide past them, back to the children. And I lose the thread of what anyone is saying. The music clicks off again. The children scramble for the few remaining chairs. Arms and legs and bodies tangle. The scene seems waterlogged to me, dreamlike. All of a sudden, everything grinds down to the slowest of slow motion. A boy shoves Charlie, thrusting him aside, sliding past him into the last empty chair. My blood feels as if it has jammed in my veins. Charlie is the only one left standing, spotlighted in the middle of the room. His whole body turns rigid, a scarlet stain burning across his cheeks. My stomach plummets, seems to fall right away. An ugly shudder runs right through my son, as though he's having some kind of seizure. He's hardly able to focus his eyes. In the vacuum of silence, he opens his mouth, and now his voice is a roar. His mood completely out of control, flipped. His tongue is huge and swollen behind his teeth, and he stutters. He stutters. That's not fair! My God. My God. Everything has stopped. Everyone is looking. Parents, children. Everyone has seen. I thrust my crumpled paper plate into Sally's hand. My voice sounds disembodied as I say, "I'm sorry, excuse me, please take this." My ears have gone dead, like I'm underwater, or like Charlie's roar has burst my eardrum. I feel stripped naked, completely exposed. I push through the crowd and grab my son by the arm, my sticky hand creasing and smearing his clean shirt. I drag him clear of the circle of chairs and children and elbows, even as he fights and twists in my grasp. I can see Molly's mum stepping forwards, concern written all over her face. But all I can focus on is getting us out of there. Getting him out of there. It feels like sports day all over again. But this time, the voice in my head is pounding. It's real. It's real. It's real. It isn't your anxiety, your paranoia, your crazy brain, because you weren't anxious. You were happy when you saw it, heard it. Happy and calm and clear in your mind, and it still happened. His rage, his eyes, his stutter. You can't keep pretending. Something's wrong in him. You know it is. You've just been ignoring it while you obsessed about Sarah. But this is happening. You've been right all these months, and so you need to get him out of here right now. I don't stop to say goodbye to anyone. I don't even thank Molly or her parents for the balloons or the games or the cake. I drag Charlie down the hallway, wrestle him into his coat and shoes. He pretends he has no idea what is happening. Are we leaving, Mum? Are we going? Yes, I tell him, already swiping for a taxi on my phone. Yes, we're leaving right now. No! He cries. No! I just managed to get him outside, into the cold and away from the house, before he bursts into tears. As soon as we get home, I strip Charlie out of his party clothes and put him into his pyjamas. I get the thermometer from the cupboard in the kitchen and push it under his tongue. When I pull it out, I read the gauge without showing him. "You aren't very well," I tell him. "You have a temperature." He's weak now, exhausted. I pull the big duvet off my bed and drag it through onto the living room sofa. I put the television on, gentle cartoons, the volume low, and make him lie down. I make him hot milk, scalding myself in the process, and give him Calpol. I sit beside him on the sofa and smooth his glossy hair, my hand a steady rhythm. But when 15 minutes later I place my palm on his forehead, his skin still feels hot, and he twists and fidgets under my hand. I give him a second dose, praying this one will soothe him. I just need him to be still. I just need him not to move or to try to get up or speak, because every movement, every word is like a trigger, and I just need some space to think. When he falls asleep, as I'd hoped he would, I get up quietly. The slice of birthday cake sits like a rock in my stomach. I go through to the bathroom and quietly, almost silently, make myself sick. Then I take my laptop into the kitchen and open up the web page I promised myself last year never to go on again. They told me back then it would only make things worse. You'll just confirm all of your worst fears. You'll convince yourself of everything you read. It's a confirmation bias, the psychologist told me. It doesn't help. But now I can't help myself. I tell myself, I just need to know. The address comes up as soon as I start typing it into the search bar. The Child Brain Injury Trust. I've been to this site so many times before. On here, there are pages and pages of information, fact sheets on everything you could ever want to know, videos of a dozen different children and their families. I click on a fact sheet about damage in infancy. I click on a video about the developing brain. It's impossible for any healthcare professional to predict the outcome for a child. Some of the effects may not come to the surface until years later. Through in the living room, Charlie is sleeping soundly on the couch. I love him so much, and yet he terrifies me. I want to hold him, crush him to me, and yet, at times like this, I can hardly bear to go near him. As I scroll through the site, I do everything I can to read the words properly, not to let my mind pick and choose, but it's as though my reason has no balance anymore. From anywhere, everywhere, random words and phrases leap out at me. Word-finding difficulties, issues with coordination and speech, information processing problems, frustration and anger. It's all in a jumble, no organisation to it at all. I am not checking properly what might apply and what couldn't possibly. It's as though my anxiety acts as a magnet, drawing every frightening idea to it. And I haven't got the ability to filter it anymore, and I've no longer got the strength to push it away. One recollection after another leaps into my brain. Again and again the monster bites. The maths problems. He couldn't do the maths problems. and he couldn't find his words the other morning. And these tantrums, growing worse and worse. Plus, how many other mental, emotional signs have I missed? I feel like crying. I feel so lost, so confused. I am an intelligent woman, a professional, 31 years old, but I can't tell which way up my world stands. I tried to tell myself, they don't add up. What you've been noticing, what you've been seeing, it doesn't fit with how the signs would present. I repeat it over and over to myself, but the words are like water. They just run away from me, slipping and disappearing through the holes in my reason. There is nothing here I can hold on to. Nothing feels solid anymore in my head. I try to focus on nothing but my breaths. I try distraction, mindfulness, counting in sevens, anything that can steady my mind. But the voice in my head only repeats, "It's true. It's true. It's true." When Charlie wakes that evening, around 9, I give him another dose of Calpol and tuck him into his own bed. Miraculously, he sleeps through the night. But it's another night when I don't get a wink. My creased bedsheets need changing. I haven't done it, even though it's written on my list in the kitchen, and the mattress feels as hard as a rock. Whichever way I lie, there's a bone that sticks out. The back of my pelvis if I face the ceiling. My hip bone if I lie on my side. When I try to curl up, the edges of my kneecaps bruise together. I don't seem to have any cushioning anymore. I cannot stop thinking about Charlie. And I can't stop reeling either from the truth about Sarah's parents. It feels as though pieces of reality have fallen out of the world and taken a whole piece of my mind with them. And if I can't calm myself, I don't know how I'm going to get it back. When I get up on Sunday morning, the world feels unreal, flimsy, as though everything around me has been cut out of cardboard. Charlie wakes up ravenous, demanding breakfast, a bowl of Frosties plus 2 slices of toast. He gulps it all down, telling me, "Honestly, Mummy, I don't feel ill at all." When I take his temperature again, though, I tell him that he is. Charlie is confused, complaining, but I put the TV on for him and tell him to watch whatever he wants. I do the only thing I know to do to keep safe. I retreat from everything, cut off from everyone. It is light outside. A bright February day, but I don't open any of the curtains in the flat, and I keep the blinds in the kitchen drawn. I can't bear the thought of anyone looking in. In the gloom, Charlie channel hops, still in his pyjamas. We pull the big duvet through onto the sofa again, and this time I climb in beside him. I hold him to me, knowing that I'm holding him too tight. Alistair rings and texts and rings again. I let it go to answer phone each time. Every few hours I give Charlie more Calpol. I don't check the pack, but I tell myself I can't have gone over the dosage. The Calpol makes him compliant, sleepy. Every so often I make him hot milk. I can lie with him on the sofa, warm and huddled. I tell myself, even if there is something wrong with him, no one needs to know. What if I kept him here, with me, forever? Just the two of us, like this. We could do that. We could manage. We could create our own little world. Even if his mind was falling apart, I would look after him. It wouldn't matter. We wouldn't need anyone else. Together we'd be safe. Together, both our minds could be sound. Chapter 27. Back then. A week after the day at the beach, and it is still so hot. There is only a little bit left of the summer holidays now, but it isn't getting much cooler. It's been a very long, very hot summer. Today, Pryn and Jane are playing in Daddy's potting shed. It's shady in here, dusty with old dried dirt, and there are soft cobwebs in the corners of the ceiling. Pryn doesn't mind the cobwebs. She knows spiders are more scared of her than the other way round. She and Jane are wearing sandals, and their toes are dusted brown from the scatterings of soil that line the floor. They are trying to plant some seedlings. Pryn discovered some seed packets on the back of one of the shelves, and Mum agreed they could have them, along with a mossy bag of compost and some brown plastic flower pots. They are allowed to play in the potting shed, so long as they don't touch Daddy's tools. That's the rule. But that's fine. They can plant the seedlings with their bare hands, so long as Jane isn't a baby about getting a bit of dirt under her nails. It's cool and quiet in the shed. Mum and Daddy are busy in the garden too. Mum is weeding in the flower beds. Pryn can see her through the open doorway, her elbows rising and falling, and Daddy is mowing the lawn out front. Pryn crouches down and lines up the empty plant pots. They've got 6 of them, all the same size. To be honest, they look a bit plain and boring, and one of them has a crack in the bottom. "Whatever," she says out loud to Jane. "They'll do. Now, we just have to fill them up." The compost from the bag is crumbly and smells funny. It seems very dry. These seedlings are going to need a lot of water. Pryn digs out a handful and presses it into a pot. Mummy said, once planted, it would take at least a month for the seedlings to grow. Pryn didn't think of that before. She can plant the seeds, but the pot will still look pretty much like it does now, not the riot of flowers she'd pictured. Still, Pryn fills another pot. She might as well. She can't think of anything else for them to do. She and Jane have exhausted all her games and toys. She's bored of colouring, bored of dolls, bored of practising cartwheels. Actually, she's just bored. Pryn's skirt hangs across her knees. She's probably showing her knickers a bit, squatting like this. Oh, but who cares? It's too hot and... Anyway, it's only Jane who would notice. And Jane isn't even looking. Instead, she's gazing up at the cupboard stuck up on the wall where Daddy keeps his tools. There's a saw in there, and a hammer and a chisel, and a whole set of screwdrivers, all different sizes, all ordered neatly on their own little pegs. The catch on the door has come loose, and Daddy hasn't fixed it yet, so the doors are hanging open. They look a bit like they're panting in the heat. Jane goes on staring at the cupboard. "I know a game," she says. She gets to her feet and peers right into the tool cabinet. Pryn sighs. "We aren't supposed to touch those. They're Daddy's." She adds another dry handful to a pot. But Jane doesn't listen. Instead, she stands on her tiptoes and reaches up. Pryn goes still. Watching her cousin, she can't help but feel a sickly fascination. Breaking the rules. She glances out of the picture frame of the doorway. Mum still has her back to them. Pryn brushes the clumpy soil from her hands and gets to her feet to stand beside Jane. A little sharp tug, and the hammer slides off its peg. "Oh," says Jane. "It's very heavy." Her arm dips with the weight. Pryn feels her skin tingle with the thrill. She was bored, but she isn't now. The hammer looks huge in Jane's small hand. "Well, what now?" says Pryn. Jane gives the hammer a tentative swing. She wraps both hands round the handle and swings it again, wider this time. "The game is, when I hit you, you fall down. But then the game is, you get back up." Pryn wrinkles her nose. "What? What kind of a game is that?" "It's my game," says Jane. "I want to play it." "It sounds stupid." "But I want to play it." Pryn looks at her cousin, standing there, clutching the big hammer, her shoulders hunched up, her face tight. Pryn glances out through the doorway again. Mum has moved round the garden now, out of sight. Pryn gives another huffy sigh. She's pretending to think it's silly, but somehow she can't help feeling that tingle. They aren't supposed to be playing with dangerous tools, but why not? After all, it's only pretending, and Pryn is so bored. "So, I fall down, then jump back up again, like I'm dead and then I'm alive?" "Yep, just like that." Jane swings the hammer again, a wider, higher arc this time, her small body twisting in the wake. "OK." "Stand there, then." Jane points to a clear space where there's room for Pryn to fall on the floor without hitting anything. Pryn's dress is already dusted with soil, so she doesn't much mind getting dirty. In fact, the more she thinks about it, the more she likes the sound of this game. She can think of lots of dramatic ways to fall over. She can think of lots of impressive ways to come back to life. She can be like a Disney princess. Yes, it can all be very dramatic. "Ready?" says Jane. She plants her feet apart and lifts the hammer up to her shoulder. Pryn gives her skirt a flip. "Ready?" She's already worked out her first effort at collapsing. She's just picturing what she'll do with her arms. "3, says Jane. Pryn closes her eyes so she can imagine it clearly. She's going to do a really big swoon. She can hear Jane shuffle her feet on the floor. 2. There's the buzz of Daddy's lawnmower over the way, the smell of the warm wood slats of the shed. Pryn lifts her arms up ready and cracks an eye open, just in time to see Jane lift up her own arms. But, she giggles, you aren't going to really hit me. 1. A crack, a burst of pain, and Pryn falls. When Pryn opens her eyes, Jane is crying, really shrieking. Mummy is bursting in through the doorway, her face a horror show of concern. What's happened? She's shouting. What's happened? Lying flat out on the floor, Pryn puts a hand to her cheek. There is blood on her palm when she pulls it away. She wants to cry, but she doesn't, of course. Jane, though, goes on shrieking. Get up, she's crying. Now you're supposed to get back up. Now Daddy is in the doorway too. The lawnmower isn't going anymore. He takes one look at Pryn and pushes past Mummy to scoop her right up. Pryn feels herself swung into the air and carried outside. You're fine, Daddy says to her as he rushes her across the lawn. It's just a tiny graze, I promise. As he rushes her away, Pryn watches back over his shoulder. Inside the potting shed, Jane is still crying, tears everywhere when she isn't even hurt. Pryn is being so brave, not crying one bit, even though it feels way worse than a graze. But Jane is crying fit to bust. And Mum is holding her, hugging her. All the things Pryn wants someone to do. Pryn closes her eyes and goes limp in Daddy's arms, and feels the jealousy twist in her guts. Chapter 28. Safe and sound, I tell myself. Safe and sound. But I know it can't go on like this. Charlie has to go to school. I have to go to work. There are tenants relying on me, and it's my job to help them. And then there's Alistair and Marianne. And Sarah. On Monday morning, I haven't got a choice. I lever myself off the sofa at 6 a.m, letting Charlie sleep another hour. In the kitchen, the lights feel overly bright, as though I'm moving in a stage set. I compose a text on my phone to Charlie's teacher, telling her what happened, asking her to document any other signs she sees. I read it back, and then just delete it, not ready to face the realities yet. Instead, I steady myself with order, routine. I already have Charlie's breakfast on the table by the time I wake him up. This morning I do everything for him. Pour out his cereal, fill his glass with juice. I pack his bag without asking him anything. I don't want to set any tests he will fail. He makes a weak effort to push me away. Mummy, I can do it myself. But he's too sleepy to fight me. Or maybe he's just learned that it makes it worse to fight. Either way, he stands by as I take charge of everything, and I'm so quick that we are up and out of the house faster than we have ever been. The fresh air is good for me, sharp against my cheeks. There's a normality in the familiar walk, the familiar scene, and we arrive at school early, making up for the recent times I've been late. I promise myself that soon I'll speak to Miss Simmons. But right now, there outside the school gates, someone is waiting for us. I spot him as soon as I cross the road, holding Charlie's little hand in mine. Alistair. He has his back to us, but I recognise him even before he turns around. As he comes towards us, I tighten my grip on Charlie's hand, feeling as though every cell in me is trembling. But his eyes are still gentle. His face is still kindly. And the other day, I answered all those doubts, didn't I? Marianne's suspicions and my own, they each had answers. Everything adds up. He comes to a stop in front of me. He looks cold, as though he's been standing out a while. Jennifer, hi. I hope you don't mind me coming. I wasn't sure what I had done wrong, he says. In the park, I know it was awkward, embarrassing. My anxiety, You rushed away so suddenly. I can feel Charlie's hand hot in mine. He is staring up at this man he doesn't know. But how did you know this was where Charlie went to school? I ask. Alistair steadily holds my gaze. You told me, he said, when we were arranging to meet. My brain feels slow, gummed up. But he's right. I remember that now too. So many things that I'm not keeping hold of properly. Obviously I told him, because here he is, standing right in front of us at the school gates. I thought I'd come, even just on the off chance. Alistair goes on. I just wanted to know that you're okay. That we're okay. Charlie is looking back and forth between us. Charlie, I say slowly, this is my friend, Alistair. Hello, says Charlie. Alistair, this is my son. Now that I pay attention properly, I think my trembling is only fatigue. He works in a hospital, I tell myself. He's good with children. Alistair smiles down at my son, glances back up. You're all right then, he says to me. I nod. My neck is stiff. But I'm already better for being out of the house. Better already for having someone to talk to. I tamp down my thoughts, really pull it together. Yes, I'm fine. I'm sorry I was so rude. I'm sorry that I made you feel awkward. I draw a breath. Sometimes I get anxious, too. Now Alistair's face breaks into a smile. There is a blush, too, on his cheeks. The trembling in me dies down. I glance down at Charlie, who is still gazing upwards with big, round eyes. I think about all the times he's asked me, I have a daddy, though, too. Somewhere, don't I? All the times I've wondered about Luke. Listen, Jennifer, the reason I kept trying to ring you, aside from checking you were okay, was because I think I found another contact. An old school friend of Sarah's, Chloe. Sarah had this old postcard from her with her phone number on. It ended up in a book I lent Sarah. She used it as a bookmark. I spent all of yesterday looking and I know it sounds weird, but I actually found it. I still have it. The postcard. Chloe might have changed her number since then, but maybe not. Now Charlie is tugging at my hand. Mummy, what are you talking about? He says. I shouldn't be talking about Sarah in front of him, not least because it's still making my head spin. It's nothing, I tell him. Don't worry. To Alistair, I say, did you call her? This school friend, Chloe. Alistair colours up again, shakes his head. I wasn't sure. I thought it might be better if you did it. A strange guy calling her out of the blue, saying that he has her number. She might find it a bit, too weird. But if you rang her, if you were able to explain... He pulls something from his jacket pocket, and I realise it's the very postcard he mentioned. The cardboard is worn and crumpled, the ink all faded. It looks years old. On the front is a picture of a harbour, the word Portsmouth. On the back, the writing is almost faded away. But Alistair is right. You can make out a number. Before I can stop myself, I reach out my free hand and take hold of it. And you'll let me know, won't you? Anything you find out. People relying on me. Behind us, the school bell is shrilling. I nod silently, then say, yes. I push the card into my bag and look down at Charlie. All right then, you need to go in. Time to say goodbye to Alistair. Charlie looks at me and I see his face fall. Alistair glances at me, sensing the awkwardness. Oh, wait. Here. He digs in his pocket and pulls out a little green tub. I don't really know if you're into this, he says, squatting down in front of my son. But the kids on the ward love this stuff. It's silly putty. Such a fun, innocent thing. From the start, didn't I know that Alistair was a kind person? A good person. He came to find me, to check I was okay, and he knew I'd be with Charlie, so he brought him this toy. Charlie looks up at me, checking it's okay. I nod to him. Go on. He takes the little present from Alistair shyly. It was nice to meet you, Charlie, Alistair says, getting back to his feet. Say thank you, I tell Charlie. Tell him thank you before you go. Charlie doesn't have a father in his life, and so he does far more than that. He puts his arms right around Alistair and hugs him. I rub my eyes, feeling so exhausted. And I watch as Alistair hugs him right back. I feel steadier after that, though. At least I think I do. And so when I get to my desk in the office, I don't even wait to switch on my computer before I try calling the number on the postcard. I can still hear the voice in my head. Forget all this. You're getting in too deep. But it's like an addiction. I can't stop. The further reality seems to retreat, the more desperate my need for answers grows. I tap the numbers from the back of the postcard into my phone and press dial. I don't think I seriously expected it to ring. I don't think I seriously expected anyone to pick up. So when the voice comes on the line, "Hello, Chloe speaking," I nearly lose hold of the phone in surprise. "Chloe?" I repeat. "Yes. Who is this, please?" Her voice is soft, but very clear. She could be standing right next to me. "My name is Jennifer," I say. "Jennifer Arden. You don't know me, but I'm a contact of your old friend Sarah Jones." Of course, there's a silence then on the line. "Sarah? I understand you knew each other." "Yes. We were at high school together." "Excuse me, who did you say you were?" "I'm sorry, I am the manager for the flat Sarah rented, and I also knew her, very briefly, through work." I switch the handset to my other hand. "Chloe, I'm sorry, but could we meet up? I'm not sure I want to explain this over the phone." "Explain what?" "I'm sorry, I'm not following. I'm not even sure how you even have this number." I draw a deep breath, and I know that I have to tell her this much, because otherwise, why would she agree to speak to me, some stranger getting in touch about someone from years ago? "Chloe, I'm really sorry to have to tell you this. I was the housing manager and I'm afraid Sarah died a little while ago. Your number was on a postcard, an old postcard you sent her. I'm trying to contact all of her old friends. I'd like to meet up, if we possibly could." In the silence that follows, I wish I was able to see Chloe's face. I can't tell what kind of emotion she's going through. "I know this is a shock," I rush on. "I do know it's difficult. It's just, we're all still trying to make sense of what happened. You were friends with her, weren't you? If we could meet, if I could speak to you, it would really help." "She died? But how?" I'm sorry, it would be best, honestly, if you can, for me to explain face to face." "You want to meet up?" Where even are you?" "In London. Brixton? Is that anywhere near you?" Chloe gives a barking laugh. "Right now, I'm in Scotland, about to fly to Dubai. And I'm really not sure you understand. High school, Sarah..." A gap. That was not a happy time. For the first time, I register the pain in her voice. Not just shock and hesitation, but pain. Now it's my turn to pull back. "I'm sorry," I say. "I'm sorry." Now there is only a silence between us. I can't push her, not after what she's just said. All I can do is listen and wait. "You said she had a postcard I sent." "Yes," I say. "She kept it. She was using it as a bookmark." There is silence again. "She didn't forget you," I add. She must have thought of you a lot. I wait 3, 4 beats. Then I brave it. Do you think we could possibly meet? She lets out a long breath. Well, but like I say, I'm in Scotland. I press a hand to my head, trying to think. How can I possibly get up there? There is no possible way I can. Wait, says Chloe. Could you get to Gatwick? Gatwick? It's where I'm flying out of. To Dubai. I'm getting an international flight down from Edinburgh on Wednesday. Gatwick. I know my way there. Of course I do. It sits on the train line between here and my parents' house. I have travelled past it dozens of times in my life, and Wednesday is my afternoon off. Then I could... I can hardly believe I'm saying this. Then I could meet you there? At the airport? Another silence. All I can hear is the bang of my own heart, the panting of my own breath. For a moment, I think she's dropped the line entirely. Chloe? Yes, I'm still here, comes her voice. And... yes, you could. After the call, I feel strangely elated, buoyed up, focused. I look at the photo of Charlie on my desk and force the tension out of my chest. I have another visit to do this morning, a pair of tenants, and reports by their neighbours that they have vandalised their flat. I need to go and inspect the damage, start to make an estimate of costs. It's one of the worst kinds of jobs I could have, but today, even that doesn't bother me. The tenants are out. In fact, I think they've done a runner. And as I walk round the property, I feel a strange sense of detachment. The place is in a terrible state. Cracks and holes in the walls, burns on the carpet. In one bedroom, a door has been completely ripped off. I have no idea what happened here. A fight? A bad trip? A blind fit of rage? It isn't for me to guess, only to note everything that I see, marking it against the neat inventory I've made. It takes me a little over an hour, but when I'm done, I head back to the office, relieved. A difficult duty well executed. A sad job well done. As I reach the bottom of Brixton Hill, a bus drives past me through the puddle at the pavement's edge, and I jump aside to avoid getting splashed. As I do, I have a sense of someone turning their head towards me through the window, but by the time I look up, the bus is already behind me, lumbering away up the hill. I pull my coat more tightly around me, against the damp wind that whips around my neck. I've forgotten my scarf, and my neck feels bare. Little sparks flash at the corners of my vision. As I cross the pedestrian lights outside St Matthew's Church, I hear the click of feet on the pavement behind me, someone hurrying up from behind. The sound makes me pick up my own pace, pushing on against the wind. It feels as if I'm racing them, or hurrying to get away. Not far to the office now, but the streets are busier at the bottom of the hill, the narrow pavements of the high street crowding people all around me. Yet still, over all the noise, I can hear those clacking footsteps. I can hardly tell whether I'm really hearing them, or whether they are a figment of my own mind. I glance back, quickly, over my shoulder, but I can't make out anyone I recognise in the scrum of bodies. I push on, hurrying forwards, a sudden panicky need to get inside, through the familiar doors and up the familiar staircase to my office, where everything is organised and predictable and safe. I glance backwards again, just a glimpse over my shoulder, the scene blurred by the pricks of light in my eyes. But I'm sure of it this time. A figure is burrowing their way through the crowd, following me, trying to catch up with me. I try to hurry on even faster, but there are people in my way, like a sheer wall in front of me. "Please," I blurt out. "Let me through, please." As I try to push through, my hands like claws, the panic climbing in my chest, but no one notices. No one hears me. And then I feel a hand on my arm. "Jennifer!" She lets go of me. "I'm so glad I caught you. I saw you from the bus. I jumped off. You were walking so fast, though, I had to run to catch up." It's Freya. I can feel myself staring at her. I don't know what to say. I try to smooth back my hair, push the wind-blown strands into their bun, but they just seem to keep flying loose. "Listen," she says. "Can I buy you a quick coffee?" We are standing on the street, right outside the Starbucks that's tucked in next to the tube station. People are bumping past us on all sides. "I have to get to work," I say. "I know. But just quickly. You have a few minutes, don't you?" I look up at the clock on Brixton Town Hall. Still only 11:15. It's true, I do. And I don't want to be rude, or let her see how flustered I am. I don't want to give her a reason to think I'm not okay. I could. "Come on then," she says. "We'll be really quick." And before I can say anything else, she is already pushing her way inside, squeezing past the crush of people coming out. I follow her, not knowing what else to do. "What do you want?" says Freya. "My treat." I wonder if she'll try to buy me another cupcake. "A black coffee," I say. Then, louder, because the coffee machine is making such a racket. "A black coffee, no sugar, no milk." There's a tiny gap in the morning rush, and we find ourselves pressed right up against the counter. The cakes and biscuits look huge, and the smell of doughnuts turns my stomach. I don't want to be here. I want to get away, but how can I just leave without making Freya worry? Without her following me with even more concern? "When we last spoke," she says, "we talked about your situation at work." She has to half shout to be heard over the noise. "Is all of that still on your mind?" Now that I can look at her close up, she doesn't seem quite as young as I remember. Around her eyes are tiny, feathered wrinkles. I draw a hand over my own face. My skin feels dry, my lips cracked and raw from winter cold. I mean, it is, but only because I've traced some other people who knew her. "So you've kept on investigating, is that it?" Her voice sounds stricter, a note of disapproval. I can see in her hazel eyes what she is thinking. She is concerned about you. She has come all this way to see me. Never mind that when I last saw her, I told her I was fine. And all those 10s for her questionnaire. Completely satisfied. Completely okay. I put a hand on the counter to steady myself, gritty grains of sugar under my palm. I try to explain, to justify myself. There are all kinds of parts that don't add up. She lied. Sarah lied about her parents, I found out yesterday. They're dead, and I thought they were alive. I make myself stop. I sound crazy. I can hear myself. I sound a real mess. Jennifer? Freya is leaning towards me. Don't you want anything to eat? I shake my head. No, thank you. The very thought of it makes me feel ill. All right, fine, but just wait there. She turns aside to place our order, stretching forward to speak over the counter. As she pulls out a payment card from her wallet, another card slithers out with it. I see it tumble to the floor, flipping over, and it lands right at my feet. It takes me a moment to recognise what it is. Pale pink with a photo. My body gives a strange shudder. Freya isn't looking. She's too busy paying. Hardly thinking what I'm doing, I crouch down and pick up the driver's licence, my knees cracking as I straighten up again. Freya turns to me again and I slip the card into my coat pocket. She has 2 tall paper cups in her hands and holds one out to me. I swear I can feel the warmth of it from here. I can see her mouth moving. She's saying something else to me. What? I say. It's so noisy in here, so crowded. More people are pushing in all the time. Jen, she says. I'm sorry, but I'm worried about you. My hands are in my pockets. I can feel the plastic card there, right under my fingers. There's a sea of people between me and the door. I'm worried about me too, I want to say. But I just need answers to all of this. Then I'll be fine. I want to... I'm suddenly so aware of the state I'm in. My untidy hair, the bags beneath my eyes, all the hesitations in my voice, all the weight I've lost. Freya only needs to ask me one more question, with that probing concern, those observant hazel eyes. She is standing there, hardly a foot separating us, still holding out the coffee to me. Despite the noise, she speaks so softly. Here, Jennifer, why don't you take this? I look down at her, straight into her eyes. Take it. Listen, Jennifer, I think you need to stop all this. I feel as though she can see right into me, as though I can't hide a single thing from her. Part of me desperately wants to reach out and take the paper cup from her, but I'm quite frozen. I shake my head. I'm sorry. Please, Jen. For your own sake, come and sit down. Don't you think you should just sit down? 1 is completely disagree. 10, completely agree. 10, I want to say. Because she's right, isn't she? Look at what has happened to me since the day we found Sarah. But I so desperately need to make sense of what happened, and so I need to leave Freya thinking I'm fine. I can't give in to her. I can't stop all this now. My voice comes out not much more than a whisper. I'm sorry, Freya. I have to get to work. Thank you for the coffee, but I can't. I step backwards, bumping into someone behind me, their sticky coffee slopping onto my hand. I leave Freya standing there, holding our drinks. I hear her last words, called out to me as I turn my back and scramble away through the crowd. Just know that I warned you. I really did my best. Chapter 29. Back then. It turns out it was just a graze in the end. But that night, Pryn wakes up because Jane is crying out again in her sleep. Big, fat wails that are sure to wake Daddy and Mum. Pryn slithers out of bed, her feet finding the hot floor below. The night is so warm she can hardly breathe. She goes over to Jane's bed and puts both hands on Jane's shoulder, giving her a shake. Jane is awake. Pryn is sure of that, but her whole body is shaking, and it reminds Pryn of the gerbil who died in its cage at school, just lay sideways on the floor, jerking and quivering, and it didn't look right at all. Don't look at it, their teacher cried. Don't look. But Jane is right here, in Pryn's bedroom. She can't help but look. Jane is crying and shaking, and it's all getting a bit scary for Pryn. The house is big, and both Mum and Daddy sleep soundly, but the way Jane is going, how can they help but hear her? So Pryn runs to the desk and grabs the zoetrope, the trusty zoetrope that always calms her cousin down. But this time, when Pryn offers it to her, Jane pushes the toy away. In fact, she knocks it right out of Pryn's hands and it falls on the floor with a crack. When Pryn picks it up again, it's all dented and bent out of shape. Jane is pressing her hands to her eyes. I can see it, she keeps saying. I can see it all happening. Please make it stop. Please make it go away. The zoetrope is on the floor and broken. Jane's sobs are getting louder and louder. Pryn just wants to stop Jane crying, and she can't think of what else to do. Until she remembers at the beach how Jane was laughing, and remembers Daddy in the kitchen with the onion. She grabs her cousin's elbow and pulls her out of bed. Maybe she pulled her a little bit hard, but she needs Jane to come with her. Come on, she says. I know what will help. Jane still has one hand pressed to her eyes. It's like the zoetrope, she says. The pictures, they just keep going round and round. Come on, Pryn says again. She shows Jane how she can lift up the sash window and how they can clamber right out. Jane is smaller and shorter, but with Pryn's help, she can do it too. In their games, Pryn always takes the lead and Jane follows. Like always, it is so much cooler out here. Better for Pryn and better for Jane. Isn't it better? She says, And when Jane doesn't say anything, she tells her, "Course it is." She helps Jane climb up onto the flat piece of roof. They are out under the stars now. The sky above them feels like a great dark blanket, lifted up to give them room beneath. "Look," she says to her cousin. "Look." She points up to the stars wheeling above them. It's better than any silly, broken zoetrope. You can see anything you want in the stars. Horses, angels, whatever you like. "Look up," she tells Jane. "What do you see?" They are both sitting on the gritty roof, but they could be floating in mid-air. This could be a magic carpet ride they are on. Jane only has to look up, and then she can see whatever she wants. Forget her nightmare and the pictures in her head. There are far better pictures in the sky. "What do you see?" she asks Jane again. Jane draws in a shuddery breath. She puts her hands down from her eyes and looks up. "I see a man." "And a woman," she says. "Like in the zoetrope," says Prynne. And Jane says, "Yes." "Well, what are they doing?" Prynne asks next. "Dancing." Jane shakes her head. "No, not dancing." Prynne kneels up on the flat of the roof. If she tilts her head back, it makes her dizzy. She opens her mouth to the cool night air. "I can see horses," she tells her cousin. "Dozens of horses." Now Jane gets up on her knees too. "They want me to go to them," she says. "Who?" says Prynne. "The handsome daddy and the beautiful mummy. The ones there in the sky." Prynne looks across at her cousin. Jane is actually standing right up now, and she isn't that far from the edge of the roof. "Do they?" Prynne says slowly. "How do you mean?" "You said, if I imagine hard enough, it's true. Like the flying," says Jane. "On the beach, with our wings." "That's right. You can imagine," Prynne says. "Anything you want, anything at all, you can make it real." She's just about forgiven her cousin for the hammer and the zoetrope. Jane holds out her arms. "I can reach them," she says. "I really think I can reach them." She looks so funny to Prynne, balanced up there. In one part of Prynne's mind, she knows very well what could happen. The part that pictures that is the hard, mean part of her. The one that remembers the feeling in her stomach as Daddy carried her away from the shed, Jane crying in Mum's arms behind them. And then, with another part of her mind, it all feels so true. The stars, the couple dancing, the dream of flying, the magic of it all. And maybe it really can happen. The flying. If she just imagines. Maybe if they both imagine really hard. When she gets to her own feet, Prynne finds she is standing just behind Jane. Her hand comes to rest on her cousin's elbow. Jane's skin is soft and dry and warm. The night feels so magic. If she could just have a tiny lift. She really does look as if she can fly. And there are parents waiting for her. Up there in the sky. A mum and a dad that Jane can have for her own. Bryn thinks this, but only thinks it. She's sure. She's sure the thought never entered her hand. But one moment, Jane is there, on the edge of the roof. And the next, she's fluttering into the black. Chapter 30. After my run-in with Freya, I work solidly right through lunchtime, trying to get on top of everything with all my boxes ticked. But somehow the work seems a slippery pile. I can't quite seem to keep track of where I'm up to or what I'm supposed to be doing. It takes such a mental effort to get everything in order. At 12 o'clock, the school lunchtime, I call and ask for Ms. Simmons. When she comes on the line, I tell her I need to check on Charlie. He was a bit poorly over the weekend. I just need to know if he seems all right. Ms. Simmons' reply is tinged with surprise. He was poorly? Well, today he honestly seems right as rain. A little silence hangs. Was there something particular you were worried about? I hesitate. Assume things are fine. No, thank you. I just needed to check. But you're saying he's fine? Yes. I feel stupid, but I can't not say it. But if there was anything you'd noticed. Ms. Simmons's voice is direct now. A tiny bit impatient. We'd always let you know if there were any concerns. Yes, of course, thank you. Clumsily, I make myself hang up. At 1 o'clock, I go downstairs to collect the post, holding tight to the banister as I navigate the steep steps. There are various letters that come into the office, most of them routine. Occasionally one that's harder to deal with. A complaint, a bill from a plumber that's ended up far steeper than expected, or some government notice of some policy change. This afternoon there's the usual collection, plus one addressed directly to me. I carry the whole stack carefully back upstairs and go in to give Abayomi the ones he needs to deal with. Then I take that one letter back into mine and Emma's office. It's a plain envelope with my name and office address handwritten in neat block capitals. With my thumb, I prise it open. The envelope is thicker than I realised, and the flap slices the edge of my thumb. It's a small cut, but deep, and it bleeds badly. I should go to the bathroom and get a paper towel to stop the bleeding, but I don't. I just curl my thumb into my palm and try to stem the blood that way. The document inside isn't very long, but it tells me everything I need to know. When the inquest hearing will be, and where. It also reminds me to send over what information I can provide. The date is only a few weeks from now, far sooner than most inquests take place. Mike Bernard writes that Sarah's case has been brought forward, a space opening up in the schedule because of delays in another, more complicated case. I stare at the details, the words blurring in front of my eyes. The inquest. The place where all kinds of questions are meant to get answered. I think of everything people have told me about Sarah. all the pieces of the jigsaw I am trying so hard to fit together in my mind. The pieces are slippery, too, though, with edges that slice at my fingers when I try to grasp them. I pull up all the notes I made before, the details and timeline I compiled for PC Delia's. I pull up a new Word document and place my hands on the keyboard, but I can't seem to think of anything to write. She lied about her parents when they were dead the whole time. I had an email from her, but I never kept in touch. She lay in that flat for 10 whole months, and not a single friend or family member came to her funeral. The picture these pieces are trying to make feels overwhelming. My brain jams, freezes. All I can do is stare at the blank page. I have to stop. Pushing myself back from the desk, taking in gulps of air, my heart pummeling my ribs, skipping beats. My pulse is so irregular these days. I want to help. Somehow tell Sarah's story, find some kind of answer to make it all right. I'm trying so hard to tie everything together, but what have I got really? So many disjointed pieces of information. So many questions that still lead to blanks. The blank page is waiting. The coroner's court is waiting. It feels as though even Sarah is waiting. But I have no idea what to say. But then it is Wednesday. My afternoon off. My chance. The tube from Brixton to Victoria, then the Gatwick Express that runs every 15 minutes. I'm so far into this now that there seems to be no way to turn back. Even if there were, I don't want to. I want to know. As I leave the office, 1 minute past 12, I text Chloe to tell her I'm on my way. There's no text in reply, but I didn't expect one. If the timings are still right, she will be above me now, flying thousands of feet in the air. I press on. I know this train line so well, but it's been years since I travelled it, or since anyone travelled on it to see me. Victoria to Gatwick, and on to Brighton. Brighton. So close to where my parents live. The whole thing feels like some crazy coincidence, but I agreed, didn't I, to meet her here. I knew that I would have to take this train. So am I setting all this up for myself? I remember calling home the other night. That strange impulse that overtook me. I'm supposed to be finding out what happened to Sarah, but the further I go with that, the deeper I look, the more it seems I'm trying to trace back what happened with me. It's too messed up. Too weird. I press my forehead hard against the glass window of the carriage. I close my eyes and try not to think of anything at all. In a matter of minutes, we arrive at Gatwick. The train shudders to a halt, and all around me, people with bags and suitcases stand to get off. I only have my coat and handbag. But I get off and follow them too. I can't remember ever being to this airport before. There have only been 2 times in my life that I have flown anywhere, and both times I was a child and can hardly remember. As soon as I step off the train, I feel disorientated. I don't know where to go or what to do. People rush past me, focused, determined. The businessmen and women who must do this all the time. I search for the signs that say arrivals. Chloe has given me the number of her flight and said that I can meet her there. She'll come out through the gates and then we'll go to some airport cafe and order coffees and be able to talk. That's what we'll do. There are long corridors that I have to walk down, bright lights and rivers of passengers in both directions. So many signs, and my eyes don't seem to be working very well. But I find the arrivals area at last. There are monitor screens showing the flights, and I scan them, the letters blurring. Someone knocks me with their suitcase, clipping my ankle right on the bone. I scour the boards until I find it. Flight 128, Edinburgh to Gatwick. The plane is 20 minutes delayed. I find a seat and shakily sit down. My legs ache these days if I stand too long. It's as though my blood can't get round them properly. I know I should buy lunch, but I'm worried that if I go wandering off, I'll miss her, and we'll have even less time now, with her incoming flight delayed. I realise I don't even know what she looks like. She can't know what I look like either. I pull out my phone and scroll through my photos, but I don't have a single one of myself. There aren't really photos of anything except Charlie. I hold up the phone in front of me and press the button. The click. I look at what I've taken. I hardly recognise the person looking back at me. She's so thin. The skin under her eyes so bruised. I could take another, try to make myself look better, but I fear they will all come out the same, and Chloe will see me in the flesh anyway, exactly as I am. I send the picture with the words, "This is me." I check the arrivals board again. Now her flight is due in just 5 minutes. Time seems to somehow have skipped. I push myself to my feet and make my way to the barriers. I can see the sliding doors that she's due to walk through. I hold on tight, feeling as though I'm swaying. I really should have bought some food. A few moments later, they announce her flight. Streams of passengers begin to pour through the doors. I scan everyone, looking for anyone whose appearance might match her voice on the phone. There are so many people. Surely more than can have all been on one flight. Beside me, there is a family, hugging, reunited after who knows how long. I hold the edge of the barrier more tightly, my palm slippery on the greasy metal. A woman is coming towards me now. She is scanning the crowd as well. She must be around my age, younger probably, but her dress, her style, somehow makes her seem older. She wears a boxy skirt suit, and I can see a work badge pinned to her lapel. She is wheeling a squat black suitcase behind her. I didn't picture her quite like this, but I think this is her. I think this is Chloe. I raise a hand, and she catches my eye. She recognises me from the picture I've sent. Jennifer Arden. She stops opposite me on the other side of the barrier. Chloe? I have found her. She is here. I know we don't have long. Her flight was delayed, and it has taken up even more of her time coming out into the arrivals lounge to meet me. We head to a cafe where I buy myself a flapjack, dense with dried fruit, a cup of decaf tea and a bottle of juice. More calories in one go than I can remember eating in a while. Chloe hesitates, then orders a black coffee, then a sandwich, then a piece of cake, too. We sit down on bright plastic chairs, Chloe's squat suitcase pushed in beside us. Her movements are heavy, awkward, like she isn't comfortable in her own skin. Our bodies, Our looks are very different, yet I can relate to exactly how she feels. I tighten the band in my hair, the ponytail high on the crown of my head, and as I lift my arms, I catch the smell of myself. Sharp. Vinegary. Sweat under my arms. I run through it again. The reason why I'm here. It feels like a well-rehearsed script by now. I have said it to Marianne and Alistair before, and I'm repeating myself now, again, for Chloe. Maybe I'm rushing her, but I'm just so aware of the time. If you could just explain how you knew her, anything you remember about her, no matter how small. Chloe toys with her sandwich. Perhaps she's uncomfortable eating in front of me. I try to take the lead, twisting the cap off my orange juice. The smell is strong. Citric, sharp. I press the bottle to my lips and make sure to take a sip. I knew her from high school, Chloe says. I would have been 12, 13. She joined halfway through the year. And you became friends? I do try to tread carefully, not say the wrong thing. Yes, I didn't have many friends back then, so I suppose I was grateful for her attention. You hung out together? Chloe shifts in her chair, pushing the palms of her hands down the length of her coarse skirt. Only in school. Our backgrounds were different. How do you mean? About your backgrounds? Well, she came from a very privileged home. She had a horse that she rode at weekends. She went on dozens of holidays abroad. Chloe looks up at me. Something pained and sad in her eyes. I, on the other hand, didn't have a happy home life. From across the table, I can now read her name badge. Managing Director, it says, and the logo is for a huge company that even I have heard of. I recognise something in her then. She is high up, successful. But personal life and professional life, I know so well how they don't always match up. Despite the smart work suit, the professional competence she so clearly has, I can see the struggle to keep things together. I fumble in my bag and pull out the postcard that Alistair gave me. I slide it across the small table to her. Chloe picks it up, turns it over. Do you recognise it? I ask. She nods slowly. Portsmouth. My God. I had to stay there with my dad. 3 months before my mum got custody back. She stares down at the words she wrote years ago, the ones I've read, too, again and again. Missing you. Really wish you were here. And the telephone number so Sarah could call. You can keep it, if you like, I say, but she shakes her head. As she hands the creased card back to me, I catch sight of the watch on the inside of her wrist, the seconds ticking past. The second hand seems to move much faster than it should. And back then, I press on, as a teenager, what was she like? What kinds of things do you remember? A look crosses Chloe's face. A sort of pained nostalgia. I mean, it was great. For a while, at least. I'd never had a friendship like that. She had a way of making me feel very special. What about her family? I say, doing my best to keep my tone casual. Did she talk about them? Chloe laughs, that barking laugh I remember from our phone call. Her daddy was a great success and very handsome, and her mummy was beautiful and the best in the world. It sounds as if she is quoting word for word. Is that what she said? Is that how she described them? The saliva glands in my mouth cramp up. I put the juice bottle down again. Chloe shrugs. That was sort of the way she described everything. Do I tell her the truth about Sarah's parents? Why do I get the feeling she already knows? There was another relative, too, Chloe goes on. A stepsister? No. Wait, a cousin. I'm trying now to remember her name. Maybe it would help you. Sarah talked about her all the time. She carried around this photo of the two of them together. A photo? So, could this person be real? So what happened between you? Chloe pushes her sandwich aside, reaches for her coffee instead. You have to understand how much I believed in Sarah. How much I believed. Full stop. She made me think there was such a thing as a happy home. A happy family. I suppose I dreamed that one day I'd be invited along. I would get to do all of those things too. That was so much of what got me through. And in the beginning, I had no reason to doubt her. I'd read books. I'd watched TV shows. I knew there were kids who had all of those things. And, like I said, I wanted to believe her. But the more time I spent with her, the more I started to notice little things. Her stories got more exaggerated over time, and there were little errors she sometimes made. I made the mistake once of catching her out. She said she was going on holiday to Spain, but I bumped into her at the bus stop when she was meant to be away. She yelled at me then. She was furious. I quickly learned not to do that again. And she could be so quick to explain things away. So I noticed it, but I just ignored it. I didn't want to look at what was really going on. Chloe pauses, takes a breath. She has said so much all at once. I take a sip of tea, the liquid scorching my mouth. And what was that? There was something really wrong with her, I think. Chloe looks down and shakes her head. She was lying, Jennifer. All the time. This whole life she was supposedly living, the parents, the holidays, the horse. She'd made them all up. She was always pretending, and I went along with it. I just let her lie. Until... The tea and orange juice curdle on the floor of my stomach. Until what? Until one lunchtime, when I couldn't find her. We had a place we usually hung out, outside. But that day, we'd had another falling out, and she'd sneaked off to the art room. Our relationship was sort of unravelling by then. I don't say anything. I don't want to interrupt. Chloe coughs into her hand. Someone told me where she had gone, so I went looking. I still didn't have anyone else to hang out with. When I got to the art room, I could hear voices. There was a group of popular girls who often hung out in there. Above us, there's an announcement over the airport tannoy. The flight to Dubai. Chloe's flight. I can feel the pull of it, pulling her away from me. I want to put my hand around her arm, hold her back until she gets to the end. Voices, I prompt. Behind the door. There was Sarah's and these other girls. 3, 4 of them, I wasn't quite sure who. Did you go in? I couldn't. They were talking together, giggling. My chest aches as I picture her, awkward, alone. So what happened? Chloe gets to her feet, heaving her luggage up off the floor. I get to my feet as well, my head spinning from the effort. I stood out there in the corridor until the bell went, waiting for her and the girls to come out. I suppose I was going to beg her to take me back. They call Chloe's flight again, and I steady myself with a hand on the back of the cold plastic chair. She was shocked, of course, to see me there. But then she smiled, told me she was ready to make up. Maybe she didn't realise how long I'd been standing there. Maybe she didn't realise what I'd heard and seen. Seen? My mind flashes to those 3 plates set out. Empty. Waiting. Speckled with flies. Chloe fastens her jacket around her. It's too tight. It pinches her frame. Seen what was in there. My head rings. The hollowness in my stomach expands. You mean, who was in there? Chloe lets out a sigh, shaking her head. No. I mean what? Inside that classroom? Jennifer, there was nobody else there. Chapter 31. All of these falsehoods, all these charades. It's as if I'm peeling back layer after layer. And what is it I'm finding underneath? Chloe tells me that Sarah was in foster care. That was what she'd later found out. Foster care. So much for family is the dearest thing. All these impressions of Sarah I've collected, how much of any of that was real? Marianne admired her, and Alistair loved her. But now it seems there was an entire fabrication that Sarah wove around her whole life. What she presented to the world was a smoke and mirrors game. I'm shocked, dazed, and yet... doesn't it somehow all begin to make sense? The image I've held of Sarah has never joined up with what I saw in that flat, and in the face of Chloe's words it begins to fracture, disintegrate, making way for what? What was she running from? What was she hiding? Underneath the facade, what on earth was going on? They are giving the last call for Chloe's flight. She has to go. And I need to get out of this claustrophobic airport. Chloe says she'll text me if she remembers the cousin's name, but I can't help thinking that will end up being a lie too. I leave her in a hurried, awkward rush and head back to the train station. Everything I've learned spinning round in my head. I stand on the platform, knowing full well which way I should be going, back towards London and Charlie. Already they are announcing the next train. The trains are so frequent, though, there is always a next one. It should be so easy to just head back home. Instead, I cross the station to the other side, to the platform opposite, where trains run the other way. Truth and lies, deceptions and pretense. Sarah's story cuts closer to the bone than ever. It feels like a compulsion, a craving, a violent urge. I can feel my own history pushing up to the surface, swelling against my lungs. Dad has called me, without fail, every 3 months. And every time I have kept our conversation short, never letting it develop into anything. So am I any better than Sarah? Avoiding everything. Never facing up to the truth. Living inside my own little bubble. I'd thought it was easier that way. I thought it made it better. To hold a cleaner, kinder story on top of everything. A story that wasn't so hard to look at, and that allowed you to feel better about yourself. But the truth, the reality is that it hasn't helped me. She hasn't helped me. And I need her to name it now. I know that's why I'm taking this train. I think deep down, my father has always been trying to give me a way in. But it was her. Always her. And now, she's the one who I need to say it. It's only a couple of stops. 25 minutes, 30 at most. I have time, don't I, to get there and back? I can still be there when Charlie comes out of school. My parents' house is such a short walk from the station, and look, the train towards Brighton is already pulling in. My legs cramp as I step up into the carriage, straining with the effort. I hold the top of each seat as I walk up the aisle. Here's an empty seat, a whole table to myself. I can buy my ticket when the guard comes round. We pull out of the station, heading further south, towards the town I know so well. Sea and sunshine and quaint little beach huts. The perfect, don't scratch the surface kind of place. Is that why I came to London, then, with Charlie? Because London doesn't feel so false. Because London wears its mess in the open. Grit, grime, dirt, shame. In London, maybe the streets aren't so clean. My parents don't even live in Brighton proper. They live on the outskirts, Preston Park. My stop is the one before we reach Brighton itself. 28 minutes later, and I feel the pull forward in my seat as the train brakes, slowing down. And it's as if standing up is no more than a continuation of that forward motion. I hardly feel as though I've made the decision. It's more like my body is getting up of its own accord, a Pavlovian response to the station name, and before I know it, I'm standing on the platform. I know the route to their house so well. It's like walking there in a dream. I don't have to think. I hardly have to feel. My feet carry me there all on their own. The sun is bright, dazzling, but the air around me is still freezing cold. It's colder than ever here, nearer the coast, and there's a violent, whipping wind. I pull my coat around me as tightly as I can. There is more loose material than ever to wrap around. How long is it since I've been here? 3 years? 4? All this time, keeping away. The whole thing too painful, too awkward. The truth always sitting like a mean dog between us and wondering who it would bite first. I follow the corners of the streets, turning left, right, then left again. I'm almost there. The roads look just the way I remember them. Nothing here seems to have changed. I come up the back way, approaching the house from the rear. There's a fence at the end of their garden, a green picket fence. The paint shiny. It looks as if it was painted just days ago. I bet they get it painted every few months. Keeping up appearances. The recycling bin is out on the pavement. Wednesday, bin day. I remember. There's so much I remember about living here. And then, over the fence, I see him. My dad. He looks so much older than I recall. Maybe something has changed after all. He's bent over, levering at the hard lawn turf with a spade, trying to dig out a clump of weeds. Behind him on the washing line, great white sheets crack and flap. My father's hair blows sideways across his head, revealing the baldness underneath. He hasn't seen me. He's facing away. I put my hand on the fence, the sharp post digging into my palm. Dad? I call into the wind. Dad? He straightens up, sees me. All kinds of emotions ripple over his face. Surprise at me standing there. Shock, perhaps, at how thin I am. And happiness. Happiness, above all, to see me. I fumble at the little gate in the fence. The bolt seems so small in my fingers, but I manage to pull it open and step into the garden. The white sheets lift up as if in welcome as I cross the muddy lawn towards him. He drops the spade, holds out his arms. I walk right into them, shrinking to a child again. I feel him plant a kiss on my head where my scraped back hair has grown so thin. "What are you doing here?" he says. I can feel his cheek against my temple. His skin is cold. It really is freezing out here. I was just passing. I swallow to stop the tears welling up. I just want to keep standing here, sheltered in his arms. From behind him, I hear the back door of the house open. We break apart. My mum is standing in the kitchen doorway, her face red from the rosacea she suffers. I know her hands, if she touched me, would be chapped and dry. "Hello, Jen," she says. "This is a nice surprise. We had no idea you were going to visit." The sheets on the line lift again, cracking like a whip in the wind. "Why don't you come in?" says Dad. "Come in and have tea." "If I'd known," says Mum, "I'd have been more prepared." I look at her, standing there in the doorway, like a gatekeeper, like some obstacle I would have to get past. I push my hands into my pockets and shake my head. I can't go in there. Not now. Not yet. I feel as though if I step inside, I won't be able to keep my mind straight. In there is my mother's domain, where everything is controlled by her, the cushions on the couch, the pictures on the walls, the plates in the sideboard. And reality. Reality is controlled by her in there too. So instead I stay out here in the cold, almost daring her to step down out of the warmth and come over to me. She doesn't, though. Of course she doesn't. We're trapped in this hopeless triangle of my dad, my mum, and me. "I don't need to come in," I say. "I just need to ask a question." My lips are numbed, thick to move. "Just one question, and I'll go again, don't worry." "Really, sweetheart," says my dad. "It's been ages since we've seen you, and you really need to come in and get warm." He reaches out for me, but I shrug him off. If he hugs me again, I'll completely lose my nerve. I turn towards Mum again. "Why did you say what you did at the hospital? When the doctors asked you what happened, you didn't let me speak. You answered them before I could say anything. And I never understood why you said all that." My mother's face is wary, bewildered. She is trying to understand why I'm asking, what I need, what she can do to defend herself. "You're angry with me," she says. No doubt she hates that we're doing this here, in the garden, practically standing in the middle of the street, outside where all the neighbours can see us. She'd want us to be sitting down inside, properly, talking this through calmly and safely. But my body still shudders at the thought of stepping in there. Now Mum comes down. 1 step, 2, from the kitchen doorway. The white sheets twist and writhe on the line. "Are you angry with me for what I did? For showing you I loved you? For being a good mother?" "Come inside, love," Dad says again. Is that what I am? Am I angry? Is that what is driving me to all this? I try to scan my body and make sense of my emotions, but I can't grasp anything. Only the cold ball in my stomach, the hollowness in my legs, the scrabbling of my heart. I have no idea whether it's anger or not. I just want to know why you said that. Oh, love, is this about... My dad looks back and forth between us. Jennifer, sweetheart, we don't have to do this. Not like this. Not right now. You know, though, don't you? I say to him. Come on, Dad. Deep down, don't you know? that it wasn't true, what Mum said. When she told them that I fell asleep, that I wasn't keeping an eye on him. You know that. You can feel it, can't you? It never happened like that. I turn back to my mum. So what I just want to know, why did you have to lie? Why did you think you had to pretend? What pretending? For heaven's sake, Jen, it was my job to protect you. And you were already hurting so much by then. You were so unhappy when you came home from university, and then everything that happened with Luke. How could I let things get any worse? My mind is torn because, in one way, she's saying all the right things, and yet, at the same time, it just isn't what I've come here to hear. When I found you, she goes on, I knew at once you never meant it. You were unhappy and confused, and so it was an accident, and that's exactly what I said. An accident. Mum is closer than ever to me now. And I realise then, Dad can't protect me. Not physically, not emotionally, not at all. He's standing there, right next to me, and he should be able to help me, his daughter. But I realise that if it really came down to it, me against her, he would be forced to take her side. And so I can't do it. I can't stand there and let her touch me. She's my mother, but I don't feel safe. I feel as if there's a pit I'm about to fall into, because she still hasn't acknowledged it. This is the closest we've ever come. This is the first time I've said these kinds of words out loud. But she is shaking her head. Her face so closed down. She won't allow either of us to come clean. And all I hear her say is, I did what was best. I was protecting you. Protecting Charlie. I stepped in, didn't I? I kept you both safe. It isn't an admission. It isn't enough. The truth is still buried there, covered over by all her words, what she did. All I can see is her face. Dad's confusion. Those white sheets. Pure. Pristine, not a single mark on them. My reply is on the tip of my tongue, but no matter how I try, I can't get it out. The words are welded into my mouth. All I can do is say it into the empty chambers of my mind. I didn't need protecting. I needed your help. The green picket gate behind me hangs open exactly as I left it. I turn and escape from the garden, from the house, from them. What had I expected? A happy ending? A perfect confession? The righting of everything that went wrong back then? I should never have come. I was so stupid, so desperate. I'm not thinking rationally, I'm barely thinking at all. Charlie, I think to myself. Get back to Charlie. He needs you. What on earth are you doing here? You have to go home. You have to get back to him. My shoes bite my feet as I run back to the train station. I feel the blisters swelling beneath my tights. I reach the station and scan the departures board, and then it's as though I've swallowed my heart. The next scheduled London train has been cancelled. And the next one. And the next. Chapter 32. I keep staring at the board as if the facts will change, but they don't. I ask a station guard, but all she can tell me is the exact same thing. I'll have to wait almost 55 minutes. I am here, stuck, and Charlie is miles away in London, at school, and I won't be able to get back in time, and no one will be there when he comes out. I send a text to the school, frantic with apologies, explaining, "I'll be there as soon as I can," I say. I have never done this to Charlie before. I have always been there to pick him up, never late by more than a few minutes. I have done everything I can to be so reliable, because when there is no one else, who can we rely on? But now I have gone off on an obsessive mission of my own, for Sarah, for myself, thinking I was fixing the whole world. And instead, all I've done is let Charlie down. I try and control my breathing. I go into the station toilets and splash water on my hot face, trying not to cry. I mentally send a million apologies to Charlie. My phone blips. "We can supervise him only until 4 p.m, the school texts back. "Please ensure someone collects him by then." I have to find someone to help me. But who? Who? I think of all the other parents, Sally and Rachel and Martin, Molly's dad. Any of them would do, but when I scroll through my phone, I see I haven't stored any of their numbers. I know there is a sheet of paper from the school that has all their contact details on it, but that is shoved in a drawer in my kitchen. Not an ounce of good to me now. I stare at my contacts list. So short. So limited. I don't know what to do. I have no idea who to call. Except maybe one person. I can feel the wariness still lodged inside me. But what other choice do I have? For Charlie's sake, I have to reach out. I open his number, desperately praying that he will be there. I pause, my thumb hovering over his name. I have to, don't I? Despite the knots in my stomach. I press call, and Alistair answers. It comes out in a garble, the predicament I'm in, but it's fine, he reassures me. He's not at work. He can get there. I grow weak in the wave of relief. Just text the school my details, he says. Tell them who I am. Charlie has met him. He has the silly putty to remember. And Alistair is a good person. He works with children. Surely he will be able to keep Charlie safe. I hang up. I text the school again, giving them Alistair's name and my permission. Please tell him just to walk Charlie straight home. Charlie has his own key and I'll be there as soon as I can. It's okay, I tell myself, in the scratched mirror of the station toilets. My face is so thin with worry and guilt. It's all right, I say to her, this woman that I'm trying so hard to be kind to. The school knows what to do, and Alistair will be there. Back out on the platform, I sit on one of the hard benches, lean my head down between my knees. It will be okay. This happens to everyone at some point, I tell myself, and you've always done your best. Don't be hard on yourself. Don't be too hard. When a train eventually arrives, racing up from Brighton, my journey home is only 42 minutes late. As I climb aboard, I do the calculations over and over in my head. This long on the train, this long on the tube to Brixton, this long to run as fast as I can up the hill. I think I can get home by 4:05 at the latest, and earlier if I'm lucky and if everything flows on time. Charlie will only have been waiting half an hour, and he'll have someone with him all of that time. He will be okay. He will forgive me. I keep telling myself that, trying to calm down, even while all the way back on the train I am counting every second. The half hour it takes to get back to Victoria feels like an eternity, each minute stretching my nerves to the limit. I pull out my phone to text the school again, but when I press the button to light the screen, instead it gives a painful bleep and switches itself off. No battery. The phone is old and doesn't hold its charge, and, like a fool, I've not brought my charger with me. I can't update Alistair. I can't update the school. All I can do is sit rigidly in my seat, willing the wheels of the train to turn faster. Still miles away from Victoria, I pull my bag up from where it lies tangled with my feet, leave my seat, and go and stand in the vestibule so I can be the first one off. Hopelessly, I check my phone again, but now it won't even switch on. I'm just glad I managed to send the text I did before it died. Victoria Station is heaving, but I push through the crowds. Each step takes me closer, and I luck out in the tube, stepping onto the platform just as the train for Brixton is pulling in. I head down to the end and find space in the last carriage. 10 minutes later, the tube train jolts to a stop, the blips sound, and the doors slide open. We're here. My home stop, Brixton. I run up the left-hand side of the escalators, take the steps to the street 2 at a time. My coat is thick and cumbersome for the cold weather, and my handbag with its 2 short straps keeps slipping off my shoulder. In the shoes I'm wearing, I risk wrenching an ankle, but I make myself run all the way up the hill, only slowing near the top, my side wrenched by an agonising stitch. But I am so nearly there, and it's barely 4:05. I have made such good time. Charlie will still be at the school with his teacher. I can relax. It's going to be all right. I take the back street off Brixton Hill, the one that leads straight to the school. When I make it to the playground, 1 minute to 4, there is no sign of Charlie. But then, of course, they wouldn't be waiting outside. It's too cold for that. I push at the front doors of the school to head inside. I know where Charlie's classroom is. It's one of the first off the main corridor. I know exactly where he will be. But the outer doors jolt against my hand. Locked. I can't get in. I try again, shaking the handle, but it really is locked. The school is closed. Now I can tell. There are no lights on inside. And there is no sign anywhere of Charlie. Home, then. Alistair must have taken him home. He must have arrived early, before 4, and why would a teacher wait until past then? I turn to head for our flat, and As I do, in the staff car park, I see a little blue car just leaving. It stops when the driver sees me, and the woman inside, I recognise her now as Charlie's teacher, rolls down the window. "I'm so sorry," I say. "I couldn't. My train, and then my phone." I stop and take a breath. "Has Charlie gone home?" Ms. Simmons smiles at me. "You didn't get my text? Your friend came. Alistair? Charlie was fine and went with him." "All right. Thank you. I'll head straight there. Thank you. I promise it won't happen again." I stumble run up the road, my legs shaky beneath me. Miss Simmons shouts after me. When I look back, she's pointing. "They went that way." But that doesn't make any sense. Every second feels too long, but I am nearly there. I am nearly with him. Here is my flat, and I already have my key in my hand as I run up the steps. I shove open the door, half falling inside, calling out for them. "I'm here!" But there is no answer. The flat is warm, but the flat is empty. There is nobody inside. I check all the rooms. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Alistair has taken Charlie. Pins and needles of terror shoot up and down my arms. There was no sign of them at the school. There is no sign of them at home. I have to bend over. The pain in my throat and tightness in my chest is so excruciating. The words rush through my head. "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." What do I really know about this man? Alistair, who I first met barely 2 weeks ago. Alistair, who works with children, who sat across from me at a cafe and told me things about his life. I trusted him because he seemed to like me, because he said I was kind and thoughtful, because he made out he had anxiety too, because he gave my son silly putty. Really? I inwardly scream at myself. Really? When Marianne told you he had outright lied? I force myself to stand back upright, muscles wrenching in my chest. Think. Think. They went that way. I can see it in my mind, Miss Simmons' pointing finger. That way. Towards the park. I hitch my stupid bag back onto my shoulder and slam the door of the flat behind me. I'm really running now, zigzagging through the streets. I've been this way 1,000,000 times with Charlie. I could walk it in my sleep, and now I cannot bear to think what I will do if they are not there. I shove my way through the entrance gate to the park, catching my fingers in the cold iron. I run towards the swings, the place I go with Charlie all the time. If they're not here... The words, the blood pounds in my head. If they're not here... And I can't even finish the thought. Because they are there. 2 figures, spinning slowly on the roundabout. From here they could be father and son. Alistair waves at me as he sees me coming, and Charlie jumps off the roundabout, stumbling as he lands, his face split by a smile. I should want to hug my son. I should say thank you to Alistair. But instead, fear has hijacked every cell of my mind. Somewhere, There's a part of me looking down from above, wise and rational and quite in control. But down here, running across the cold ground, I'm like a wild animal, all teeth and claws, fight and flight all scrambled up inside me, so that when Alistair comes up to me, Charlie following just half a step behind, I swing my bag at him as if it's a weapon. Alistair raises his arms to protect himself, but I can't seem to control myself. I can't seem to stop. You're having a breakdown, that wise person above me says. A total breakdown. I can see it happening to myself, quite clearly. I keep hitting Alistair again and again. All the confusion and horror of these last few weeks has come bulging out of me. I have become violent, enraged, hysterical, helpless. How could you? I'm shouting at him. How could you? How dare you take him off somewhere like that? My son! You had no right. You had no right. I'm sorry, Alistair is trying to say. I sent you a text. Charlie couldn't find his key. We came here to keep warm. Charlie said he comes to this park all the time. We knew you were coming, and I sent you a text. He's repeating himself in the face of my madness. I thought we were friends, Alistair is saying. I thought we trusted each other. I was glad that you asked for my help. My arm is too weak to keep fighting and swinging. My bag drops like a leaden weight to my side. There's the tiniest moment where it can all be so different. If Alistair would only step forwards right then, wrap his arms around me, hold me tight until I know I'm safe. But I have scared him too much. How can he approach me? So instead I grab Charlie's arm, and then we are running, me and Charlie, away from this man that I've become so terrified of, and my head feels as though it can't contain what's inside it anymore. So many questions and falsehoods and mirages, each one of them shredding another part of me into nothing. We run across the cold, muddy grass, out of the play park. Charlie stumbling and crying beside me, and I can feel myself leaving that wise version behind me, floating loose above me, and I think to myself, if you run out of these gates like this, right now, there might be no way you will ever get her back. When we get home, I give Charlie Calpol again. He cries and shouts at me. He doesn't want it. He hates it. Until in the end I have to half force it through his lips, hand over his mouth to make sure he swallows. I don't know how else to manage him. Or myself. I put him to bed, weak with relief when he falls asleep. I plug my phone into charge and drag open my laptop. I type everything I can think of into the internet search bar. What happened to Sarah's loving parents? If they are dead, then how did they die? It feels as if this piece is the answer to everything. The thing that will bring my sanity back. The woman at the local authority, the coroner, they never told me this. Maybe they didn't even know. I type in Sarah's name, her surname, her date of birth. I keep going and going, trying to find something to piece reality back together. Everything about Sarah was false. Her whole world was constructed upon lies and pretense. And at the centre of those lies was the fantasy about her parents, seemingly the root of it all. The person who sent that terrible text, is this the secret they didn't want me to know? I don't know how I manage, but I find them. The newspaper reports from 20 years ago. I know as soon as I see them, this is it. Sarah's mother died in 2001. Sarah's father died in 2003, in prison. The dates are connected. Not a coincidence. It is one final horror on top of all the others. As the pieces come together, I feel the last thread of my mind stretched to breaking point. Sarah's dad was in prison for murdering Sarah's mum. Chapter 33. Back then. There are lots more visitors to Prynne's house now. All kinds of people traipsing in and out. Jane has gone again. Not back home. For some reason, as Prynne is starting to pick up now, she can't go back to her own house or her own mummy and daddy. Something happened there. A very bad thing. So now that she's been allowed to come out of hospital, Jane has gone to another house to stay with another family for a while. Just until all of this mess can be sorted out, Daddy says. Meanwhile, a psychologist wants to talk to Prynne. They actually have to go to her office for the talk, to a big building 40 minutes drive away. Prynne and Mummy and Daddy. The building is grey and the lady's office itself has toys in it, plus loads of paper and felt-tip pens. Prynne supposes this is because this lady talks to lots of families and the toys and pens are to keep the children busy. The lady says she first wants to talk with all of them together. Mum and Daddy and Prynne. Then she will talk to Prynne on her own. She asks whether Prynne would like to play with anything. Prynne asks for the paper and pens. To begin with, Prynne just lets Daddy talk. He's the best at talking in their family. No, he tells the lady. We didn't tell her what happened. We thought it best not to tell her any of it. Prynne, our daughter, would have just thought her cousin was coming to stay for the summer. We didn't tell her any more than that. I mean, would you? The lady's face looks rather serious at these words. Prynne lowers her head back down and carries on with what she is doing, which is drawing a picture. Did you think that would be best for her? The lady asks. Not to tell her anything at all. She's asking Daddy, but both Mum and Daddy answer. No, says Mum, just as Daddy says yes. There's a pause then, in which all Prynne can really hear is the squeak of her felt-tip pen. She puts that pen, a red one, down and picks up a blue one. Red for the roof and dark blue for the sky. She wonders when it will be her turn to talk. Daddy puts his hand on Mum's arm. Yes, he says again. The lady nods. She appears to Prynne to be thinking hard. What about with... She glances at her notes. Jane. How much did you talk to Jane about what happened between her parents? Another silence. This time it is Mum who breaks it. Very little, she says. We weren't sure. We thought it best. And then Daddy jumps in to explain it all to the lady. He gets her to see it how it is, very simply. That's not how we do things in our house, he says. Now it is Prin's turn. Mum and Daddy are sent out of the room, though Prin has a feeling they are still watching her from somewhere. Maybe from behind the big mirror in the wall. The lady rests her elbows on her knees and leans down towards Prin. Prin wishes now that she wasn't sitting on the floor. She pushes the paper with her drawing away. The roof, the sky, the girl, the wings. She isn't sure why she decided to draw that. Thank you for coming to chat with me today, says the lady. She has quite a nice face, Prin supposes. She looks old, but she is smiley. I'm keen to know a little bit about you. You and your family and your cousin. OK, says Prin slowly. What do you want to know? Well, how about you tell me how you feel about your cousin? Did you like her? Did the two of you get along? Prin wrinkles her nose. These are sort of silly questions. Yes. We shared a room. I let her play with all my toys. We played lots of games together. The lady waits, as if she's expecting Prin to say something else then, but Prin doesn't. Were there any games you liked to play the most? Prin isn't sure how best to answer that. She isn't sure what she's supposed to say. They would play with dolls, and on the grass under the sprinklers, and jumping games like the one at the beach. Then the hammer game that they got into trouble for. So which was the right answer out of all of that? I have a zoetrope, says Prin. Jane especially likes that. A zoetrope? Prin looks up, checking. You must know what that is. The lady nods. Oh, says Prin. Well, that's good. She shifts her legs. All this kneeling is giving her pins and needles. So, you got along, and you liked playing together. But tell me, was your cousin ever sad? Did she cry, for example, or sometimes get frightened? Prin wants to laugh. She wants to say, all the time. But she doesn't want to say mean things about her cousin. Plus, she remembers what Daddy has always said, no tears in this house. So, no, Prin tells the lady. She was always very happy. Oh, I see. And what about the night on the roof? The lady says. Was Jane happy then? Prin feels a rush of feeling in her chest, remembering it all again. The breeze and the stars and Jane's eyes gleaming and the silhouette of her against the sky just before... Just before. Pryn sits up straight. I didn't push her, she says. Pryn feels it's important to say that right, straight up. She even repeats it. Not on the rock and not on the roof. I didn't. The lady's face looks so serious that Pryn can't help wanting to laugh. So what did happen? The lady says. Pryn opens her mouth, then closes it again. She thought all the words were there, but they seem to have run away from her. It somehow isn't so clear when she has to explain it aloud. Jane was a bit scared, she says slowly. And the zoetrope wasn't working. I took her up to the roof. I liked going up there before, by myself. The lady nods. Yes? She wanted to fly, says Pryn. We had done it before, flying, at the beach. She loved it. It made her happy. And she saw her parents up in the sky. She said, I'm imagining it. I'm imagining it. Things can come real, you know, like that. Become real? Now the lady is frowning. Like the onion, says Pryn. You can say something, and you can imagine it, or wish it, or picture it happening, and then it goes that way. It's just true. The lady makes a careful note on her page. And so, on the roof, Pryn goes still. She looks up at this lady, right into her eyes. She feels something cold and soft move on the bottom of her stomach. When she looks at the papers the lady has laid out on the table in front of her, she sees the names in there. She sees Sarah Jane Jones, and she sees her own name too. Her real name. It was make-believe, she whispers. And make-believe is just real. She doesn't know why this lady can't understand that. She thought this was a grown-up game. She thought this was a grown-up rule. So, was it real to you? The lady asks. What you were doing up there on the roof? Now Pryn feels a stubbornness well up inside her. Of course it was, she says. She held her arms out, she made the wings, she only had to jump and she'd do it. We were both imagining really hard. So what was it you imagined? That she would fly? Yes, I imagined that because it's what she wanted. Because I really wanted her to stop crying, and because her mummy and daddy were up there, waiting. The lady looks at her for a long time, very still and very serious. But you know the difference, really, don't you? Between what's real and what's imaginary, what's true and what's make-believe. Pryn shakes her head. I didn't push her, she repeats. She jumped and she flew. But the lady leans right down close. but you do see that it wasn't real. No matter how hard the two of you imagined, it was only ever pretend. Pryn looks up again. Her stomach clenches. She realises it then, like a cold douse of water. This lady knows things. She is a psychologist. She knows better than Mum. She knows more even than Daddy. This lady is clever. And this lady is right. A few weeks later, everything seems to be back to normal. Pryn is back at school, and Mum's fine, and Daddy's back at work. Sarah Jane isn't living with them anymore. The zoetrope never did get mended. The dent was too bad. It doesn't spin anymore. So Pryn decides to cut it up. She can use the little pictures for something else. She goes through into Daddy's office. She knows he keeps a sharp pair of scissors in there. When she opens his desk drawer and lifts out the scissors, underneath she finds a piece of paper with her name on it. Pryn sets the scissors down on the desk. She pulls out the piece of paper. It is stapled to 4 more sheets. Pryn's name appears on them all. Sarah Jane's name appears on it too. Pryn can read the words in the report, even if she can't understand what they all mean. But there is one phrase she can make out quite clearly. Potentially in great danger if she should go on living with this child. Very carefully and slowly, Pryn slides the report back into the drawer. Feeling very cold and very hollow, she takes the scissors back to her room and sits on her bed, hands clasped very tightly. She thinks for a long time about what she's read in those pages, what it says about her. She sits there until the sun moves round and her room grows dim, and the blades of the scissors digging deep runnels into her palms. And she promises never to do it again. Chapter 34. It's only a few hours later that it happens. A bang against the front door of our flat. The squeak of the letterbox opening. And a sound like an avalanche. Something falling like slurry into our hallway. I wasn't asleep. I never seem to sleep. I'm wide awake when I hear the sounds and feel my blood turn absolutely cold. Before anything else, I go through into Charlie's room. He's awake as well, sitting up in bed, woken by the noise. I crouch down next to his bed and turn on the lamp, covering us with bright white light. I stare at my son in the harsh light, and he stares back at me. My fingers are raising red marks on his arms where I am gripping him so hard. I have no idea what this is. Stay here, I whisper. Don't move from this bed. I let him go and push myself back to my feet. My legs feel like paper straws under me. I stand there and listen again for any other sound, but now there is only silence. I step out of Charlie's room, pulling the door shut behind me. Keeping him safe, or trapping him in. The hallway outside is pitch black. I listen again. Nothing. But there was something, and I have to turn on the hallway light and look at what has happened. Someone was here, right outside our front door. Someone has shoved something through our letterbox in the middle of the night. I take another 2 steps into the hallway, sliding my hand in an arc across the wall to find the light switch. The whole thing has such a nightmarish feel to it. My fingers catch on the switch, and I feel the nausea rise in my throat as I count silently to 3 and flip the hall light on. There are papers everywhere. Someone has dropped a whole stack of papers through our letterbox, silted up under the door like that. They make me think of that mountain of post behind Sarah's door. From here, I can hardly make them all out. All I can see is that it is pages and pages of typed sheets. Has someone come here to give me answers? Are these about Sarah? Documents, notes that reveal the ultimate truth? I unfreeze my feet from the bare floorboards. The flat is icy, but I don't even seem to feel the cold anymore as I walk forwards and crouch down. They are flipped upside down. They are scattered in a mess. I pick up 1 sheet, 2. At first, I can't make head nor tail of them. And then I see the logos. And then I see my name. Mummy! Charlie cries out for me from his bedroom, his voice muffled by the door closed between us. Stay in there, I tell him. It's all right. It's just a letter that's come for me. The pages are a mess. Their order broken apart, but I can see from the dates that they go a long way back. All the way back to 8 years ago. I try to scoop them all up, but they keep slipping from my hands, the thin edges slicing at my fingertips. I know what these are. I know. And then I see what I was meant to see all along. It's a page with just 9 words on it, set out in capitals in thick, bold marker pen. It says, "Stop looking. You're crazy. Leave her alone." I drop the papers I have just gathered up, and they scatter all over the floor again. I feel as though I have been burned, scorched. Charlie calls out again, "Mummy, I'm scared." Frantically now, I crouch down again, choking back the sobs in my throat. This time I manage to scoop all the pages up, a tangled bundle in my arms. I stagger through into the kitchen and drag out a recycling bag from under the sink. Behind me, I hear Charlie's footsteps. He has got out of his bed, out of his room. His eyes are huge in the white of his face. "What is it, Mummy?" I cram every one of the pages into the see-through bag, crushing them down. "It's fine," I tell Charlie. "It's fine." I knot the handles of the bag so tightly that nothing could ever get out. I force myself to smile at Charlie. "It's nothing," I tell him. "A letter came, but it wasn't important. Look, it's so unimportant that I'm throwing it away." I hold up the bag, the papers like weird flat creatures inside. "You're crazy. You're crazy." I must be. Look at me. Charlie is standing in the doorway of the kitchen, a black ghost in the hallway light. I know what it says in those awful pages. I know what's written down about what I did. It's nothing, I tell him. I put him back to bed, but I am still up, pacing the flat, thoughts racing. Who has done this? Who has done this? My mind scrolls from person to person. Marianne, Alistair, a parent from the school, or some stranger that I don't even know. The same person who sent that awful blaming text. But I can't answer any of my own questions, so instead I simply, desperately try to block it out. If I try hard enough, I can tell myself that it was nothing but a dream. If I never open that kitchen cupboard again, that cupboard where I've stuffed that bag of papers. As I pace the flat, outrunning my own thoughts, I have the strangest, weirdest feeling. The idea that I sent those notes to myself. That it was another version of me outside the door, pushing those papers through the letterbox. Maybe, even, if I were to open that cupboard now, there would be nothing in there. And I would prove to myself that the whole thing was nothing but a product of my fevered imagination. The hallway is entirely bare now. Not a shred of evidence left. Assume it's fine. Don't look. I repeat the words to myself, like a mantra. A spell to make everything okay. But 2 hours later, or 3, Charlie is crying out in his sleep. He is wailing, a nightmare. I push back the duvet, my skin flinching from the cold night air of the flat. I must have somehow made it to bed. Undressed myself and crawled under the covers. Now I don't even stop to pull on my dressing gown. I just run straight through to his room. He is crying, moaning. His voice so shrill as he writhes in his bedclothes. When I get close to him, I can feel the heat coming off him. He is burning. A fever? Is he ill? He shrieks again, a heart-slicing sound. I kneel down by his bed and try to wake him up. Charlie! Charlie! His room is so dark, lit only by a blur of orange from a streetlight outside, and I can hardly make his features out. He could be anyone. Anything. Some creature thrashing and moaning in my son's bed. Charlie! I reach out. I don't want to startle him, but I have to wake him up. I lay my hand on his shoulder and shake him. He jerks as he comes to. He is still crying, fearful, sobbing tears. It's all right, I tell him. Calm down, it's all right. I reach out and snap on the bedside lamp, bathing the room in white, chasing every dark shadow away. This should help him. He should come to now, but instead, in the glare of the light when he sees me, he gives another cry, pushing himself up to a sitting position. No! Mummy, no! What is it? I'm here. Don't hurt me! He cries again. Mummy, I don't want you to hurt me. Charlie? Stop it. You're having a bad dream. I grip him by both shoulders now, twisting him round, forcing him to look at me. I can see it in his eyes. A brutal tangle of fear and desperation, needing me, fearing me. I hold him tighter, trying desperately to contain him, and all the time thinking, I can't do this. I don't know how to cope with this anymore. He is shaking. Even with how tightly I'm holding him, he is shaking. Is he cold? Frightened? What is it? His whole body seems to be going into spasm. He was hot before, but now he's freezing. He carries on shaking, even when I lie him down, tuck him in. The shaking won't stop. I press the covers down tight across him. Safe and sound. Safe and sound. But it doesn't help. He doesn't say anything. He isn't even making a noise. I can see his muscles clenching in his throat. What is wrong with him? What is he doing? He's having a fit, my mind tells me. Can't you see? He's having a fit, brought on by fear, brought on by terror. You know that his brain is weak, damaged, and this is it. This is how it breaks. Now his eyelids flicker. It looks as though his eyes are rolling back in his head. I'm totally at a loss as to what to do. The very sight of him terrifies me. I can't cope with it. I can't bear it. Charlie, please stop it. I have to calm down. I'm only making it worse. Get help, I think to myself. Get help. He needs me to be steady. He needs me to be sane. I run back through to my room for my phone, then through to the kitchen, pulling that letter with its blue and white NHS logo out of the drawer where I shoved it. There is a number on there that I can call. I've never used it before, never had to, but I have never felt as desperate as this. My hands are shaking as I dial the number. When I go back through, Charlie is still shuddering in his bed. The number rings, rings, rings again. I don't know if anyone's going to pick up. And then someone does. There's a voice on the line. Hello, South London Crisis Team. My words come out in a mess, a garble. I try my best to explain what is wrong, but I don't feel as though I am making much sense. It's my son, I tell them. I think he's having some kind of fit, but I'm not sure, and I don't think I'm thinking straight. I have anxiety, terrible anxiety about his health. I think things sometimes that aren't true at all, and I can't tell right now if something is wrong with him or not. Did you say your son? Yes, he's 8, nearly 9. I'm frightened that he's having some kind of seizure. He keeps shaking, but I don't know if that's just me. I can't tell if it's just all in my mind. Is he hurt physically? I don't know. That's the thing, I don't know. Are you having thoughts about hurting him? Are you having thoughts about hurting yourself? No, of course I don't want to hurt him. He just keeps shaking. He won't stop, but is it all in my mind? I can't, I'm sorry, over the phone like this, but if you say he's shaking, do you think maybe you should take him to A&E? I feel a wave of relief. Yes, I'll do that. Thank you. If you're saying that's what I should do. Well, But I am already hanging up. Charlie's shaking seems to have calmed now. He is limp. He looks as if he's just sleeping. But I can't be sure. Charlie, I whisper to him, you have to get up. I have to take you to the hospital. He groans sleepily, opens his eyes. I pull him from the bed, stand him upright. I drag day clothes out of his drawers, strip him out of his pyjamas, and push him into trousers, a t-shirt. On my phone, I bring up the Uber app. With my other hand, I pull Charlie to me, holding him tight against me. Tiny tremors still run through him. It's no distance at all from here to King's College Hospital in Camberwell. Too far to walk, but once the taxi comes, we'll be there in 10 minutes or less. We can go there. I can get the help I need. Charlie can get the help he needs. But even as I type the details into the app, I'm overcome by a wave of nausea. The thought of that blank A&E waiting room, the sense of illness and injury all around, the wait, the endless wait, and I am so fearful of wasting people's time. Because what if it is only all in my head? I can't do it. I cannot go there. Even though the woman on the phone said I should. I'm too confused. I can't seem to explain myself to a stranger. I need someone who knows, who understands, with whom I don't have to start from the beginning. There is only one person I can think of. Someone who has been right all along. I know now that I never should have got involved in Sarah's death. I should have left everything to the police and the coroner, not gone poking my nose in where it wasn't wanted, wasn't needed. There are secrets in all this that someone doesn't want me to discover. And all I've managed to do in searching is unravel my own mind. And she was right. She tried her best to warn me, for my own good, for my own sake, and I wouldn't listen. But I need her now. My mind is splintering. I can feel it. I've completely lost my way, and I have Charlie here in my arms. But I need help to protect him. He is exhausted, lolling against me. I carry him through to the living room and set him down on the sofa. In the depths of my coat pocket, I find it. It's still here. I pull it out. The tiny pink rectangle of plastic stares up at me. Her photo, her date of birth, her address. I carry it in shaky hands back into the kitchen, set it face up on the worktop. I type the details into the Uber app. Our destination. The driver will be here in less than 5 minutes, and I hurry to my bedroom to get dressed. I pull on crumpled jeans, an unwashed jumper. The armpits smell of sweat. My hair is greasy. I am a mess. But Freya will set me straight. I have to believe that. If only I had listened to her from the start. You're crazy. I know what you did. My phone pings. The taxi is here. I put Freya's driver's license into my bag. My back wrenches as I lift Charlie from the sofa. He is like a dead weight in my arms. Outside, I lock the door behind us. It feels as if I am locking us out. As if we might never return here again. The taxi is waiting just down the steps, in the street below us, its engine growling. I open the back door and set Charlie in, pulling the seatbelt and fastening it around him. I get in the other side. The clock on the driver's dashboard says it's almost 5 a.m. The last hour of true night. The point when you know that dawn is not far away. The driver repeats the address I have given him, and I nod to confirm it. The smell of me, the sweat from my clothes, seems to fill the whole of the car. Charlie is awake now, alert. He doesn't ask me where we're going, though. Not yet. Maybe this seems to him like nothing but an extension of his dream. Maybe to him none of this seems real. The taxi slides away from the curb and we're off. It's warm in here, womb-like, with the radio turned on low, a soothing babble, the soft seats, the dark outside as we glide along the streets. The gentle rocking is so soothing. I could sleep, I think, suddenly. I could just go to sleep and not wake up for days. Maybe that is all I really need. To sleep and let my brain become whole again. I let my eyes close, but they won't stay shut. They jerk back open like every other time I have tried. If only I could sleep. I press my hands to the side of my head as though I can crush my mind back together, make the pieces join up again and work. Beside me, Charlie stares out of the window, watching the city flicker by. "Where are we going?" he whispers now. I'm sure that he has stopped shaking. "To visit a friend," I tell him. "A friend who will help us." Just the thought of it brings a strange peace to my mind. The lights outside are mesmeric as they glide by. We are heading east, an area of the city I rarely go to. The sky above us is still pitch black, but not for much longer. I keep telling myself that. Not for much longer. The very earliest shops have lights on in them. The city is beginning to wake. People beginning their days. Another day, like the last. You can stop all this, I tell myself. You'll go to Freya and she will help you. You'll get sleep, get rest, and she will let you know if Charlie is okay. You just have to make it to her address. You just have to knock on her door. It's 5 a.m, and surely she will be there. It's just that you will have to wake her up. But it's all right. It's all right. She'll understand. You'll just have to tell her how desperate things have got. She is trained not to judge, and she's already been so kind. The taxi driver pulls up to the curb. Above us, there are thick, high-rise buildings. Tower blocks. "Here you are," he says. He cranes round in his seat to look at us. "Sure you'll be all right from here?" He's concerned for us. A dishevelled woman and a young, exhausted boy travelling across the city in the middle of the night. He doesn't know that we've come here for help. I make myself smile at him. "We'll be fine, thank you." I fumble in my purse for a tip, find a couple of 50p pieces and hold them out to him, forgetting that I'm supposed to use the app. He takes them, silently, his eyes still on Charlie. I hurry to unstrap my son and get him out. I take Charlie's hand as the taxi pulls away, its red tail lights disappearing up the street. I pull out Freya's driver's licence and squint in the dim light to check the address again. Charlie is the one gripping my hand now. There is no one around. The night is freezing. I realise that neither of us have coats. Inside Freya's flat, though, it will be warm. I'm sure of that. And look, there's a map here to show us where to go. The block we need is just on our right. For a moment, I worry that we won't be able to get in. There'll be some sort of security system, won't there? And If I have to ring a bell, will it even be working? Will Freya hear it? Would she come down when I tell her who it is? Haven't I seen 100 times in books and movies that scene where the patient turns up at the professional's home inappropriately, crazily, breaching all kinds of boundaries? Isn't this exactly what I'm doing? It's for Charlie's sake, though. For Charlie's sake. And Freya told me to come to her any time. We are in luck. The door to the block isn't properly latched. I push our way inside, pulling Charlie after me. Inside there's a wide, echoing staircase leading upwards. I check the flat number. It looks as if Freya lives many floors up. We start climbing. The stairs zigzag up and up. The wall on one side of the tower is a floor-to-ceiling window. As we climb, I feel a dizzy vertigo, as though the walls are tilting, as though I could fall right out of that huge window. As we climb higher, I can see right out into the city. London is out there. Somewhere, across the river, lies my flat. Empty, waiting for us to come home. Somewhere out there is the bedsit Sarah lived and died in. Somewhere, Alistair is asleep in his bed. Charlie trips on the stair beside me and I jerk up my arm to wrench him back to his feet. I can't stop now to analyse his clumsiness. I can't be the one to find the answers anymore. I just have to get to the top. And to Freya. We are nearly there. The numbers rise with every floor we reach, and we are nearly there, at Freya's door. This high up, I can see a smear of light low down in the sky, in the east. The sight of it brings such a sense of hope. The dawn is coming. The night is almost over. And now we're here. The 9th floor, and here is her flat, number 24, and the sight of it almost makes me collapse with relief. In my bag, my mobile phone pings. A message has arrived. But who would be texting me at this time in the morning? I drop Charlie's hand to reach for the bell on Freya's door. I press my finger on the buzzer and, at the same time, out of instinct, I pull out my phone. The message is from Chloe. I see her name first. I've saved her number in my contacts. She's on the other side of the world. A whole time difference apart. Now the timing of this text makes sense. I've remembered the name of Sarah's cousin, writes Chloe. But what does Chloe's message matter now? I'm not looking for answers anymore. I'm going to leave all that behind. I'm going to tell Freya that she was right. I'm so aware of the huge glass window behind me, the pale light shining on the horizon. I press the bell again. I've done it now. In a matter of moments, she will wake up and the door will open. I glance down at Chloe's text once more, before I'll choose to delete it. I can hear footsteps inside the flat. Freya is up. She is coming. She's just on the other side of the door. I take Charlie's hand again in mine and pull him to me, huddling him against my ribs. I can hear the sound of the door being unlocked. In a moment, it will open. I have to scroll down to see the last part of Chloe's text, the final part where she has written the name. I hear the click as the door opens, and then she is standing right there before us. I see the words so stark on my phone. I feel the floor beneath me upend. She is standing right there in front of me. Sarah's cousin's name is Freya, the text says. Chapter 35. Freya, I say. I want to burst into tears with the shock. It feels as though 100 walls are collapsing within me, flood banks crumbling, a tidal wave of pounding water breaking through. I know. The words fall out of me. I know who you are. She looks at me with shock on her own face, and then... what else? Is it fear? Everything is spinning backwards, my whole world rearranging itself. I lift Charlie up, holding him to me. He is so heavy, yet so tiny in my arms. I have come to the person who I thought would help me, who would protect us, who would save Charlie. Instead, she has been lying to me all along. The twisting wrench of it sends a flare of pain through my head, and it feels as though it is blinding me. Is this what it feels like when your mind finally splinters? When it finally breaks irreparably in two? I have no idea what is going to happen now, as I stand there, arms wrapped around my son. She never expected me to turn up here. How could she? I should never have had her address. She would have known about the license card I stole from her, that impulsive, crazy move in Starbucks. Even I didn't know what I was doing at the time. Here we both are, face to face with each other. So many things falling terrifyingly into place. And so many questions still so nakedly unanswered. I'm sorry, Freya says. I really am sorry. In my arms, Charlie begins quietly to cry. To my amazement, I can see tears forming in Freya's own eyes. I dig in my pocket and hold the pale pink driving licence out to her, as though that explains everything about why I'm here. She takes it from me without a word. I'm suddenly aware of how freezing I am. Neither of us in coats, and it's so cold. Freya is in a dressing gown and pyjamas, warm from her bed, but I am cold right down to my bones. Freya opens the door wider. Why don't you come in? Charlie is tiny, exhausted and cold. We are miles away from our home. Her flat is bright and open and warm. I don't know what else to do. I feel so weak, my legs are trembling. I don't know how long I can keep standing for. I can't imagine climbing back down all those stairs. I've used the last of my energy just to make it here. What other choice do I have? Against my better judgment, but honestly, what judgment do I ever have? I step forwards. The warmth envelops me like a blanket. Charlie slides down from my neck and leans against me, slipping his hand into mine. Come through here, says Freya. We follow her down a white hallway. I'll make something for you. Just sit down in there. There is a pale yellow living room, a blue sofa. I can see through to a pretty little kitchen. It's the strangest reversal of when Freya came to visit me. I sink onto the sofa and pull Charlie onto my lap. The cushions are so soft under us. He curls against me, bewildered, too tired to try to make sense of it. He slips his thumb into his mouth and closes his eyes. For sure, he has stopped shaking now. In the warmth, all of his muscles relax. I wrap my arms around him like a shield. I can hear Freya in the kitchen. I am dizzy, with tiredness, with all the weight I've lost. It takes an effort to even sit upright. It takes such an effort to hold up my head. There are vases of flowers set all around the room. The whole place feels like some strange bower or a shrine. I give in to it then. What else can I do? There's nowhere left for me to go. We sit across from each other on faded sofas. Charlie has fallen asleep like a dead weight in my arms. My joints ache from the effort to hold him against me. My throat is dry. My whole body feels dry. Empty. I didn't want anyone to know, Freya says. Somehow I managed to make myself nod. I know. You were the relative who refused to get involved. The drink she's made is pale gold. The water shimmers in the cup. Or maybe it's my vision that's flickering. Steam rises like a strange mist between us, mingling with the heady scent of the flowers. Freya leans forward and places a small photograph in front of me. Faded, a little creased, like something you've kept at the back of a drawer. The girl is young. So much younger than when I knew her. Only a child, but it is impossible not to recognise her. That gap in her front teeth? Sarah. And another girl with her. Hazel eyes. Freya. I can see the resemblance between them now. She came to stay with us, Freya says, as a child, when she was 7 and I was 9. After her mother died and her father went to prison. Her parents were my aunt and uncle. I have no other choice but to listen. I want to close my eyes and disappear, but I haven't the strength to even stand from this couch. The pieces are jamming themselves together in my mind. The parents who died, the relative they couldn't engage. I have the connection in front of me now. Sarah Jones and Freya were cousins. Freya goes on. My parents never talked about what happened. The fact that her father murdered her mother. It was too horrible a thing for my dad to acknowledge. Such an awful, black stain. My parents never spoke about anything like that. I was so naive. I didn't understand. All her words, the flowery perfume in the air. I feel dizzy picturing the family they once were. Perfect on the outside. So warped on the inside. You told me Sarah lied about her parents. Freya shakes her head. But you see, to her it was never lying. The pain in my head is worse than ever. I reach forwards, slipping an arm from underneath Charlie. I try to lift the cup of tea, but my arms are too weak. My hands shake and I spill it. I have to set the cup back down. All the while, Freya watches me. I press the heel of my hand to my eye. The pain crouches there, plucking at my eyeball. Charlie stays, wrapped in at my side. Freya stands up and instinctively I flinch back. She's not that tall, and she can't be that strong, but... She holds up her hands. I'm sorry. I don't mean to startle you. You're here. You've come here, and that has to mean something. I want to explain it to you. I need you to understand why I did what I did. On the dresser there's a little contraption, a circle of panels, tiny figures painted onto each one. She carries it over and sets it on the table between us. Do you know what this is? She says. Have you seen what it does? Silently, I shake my head. The movement gives me vertigo. I don't know what she is trying to show me. When we were kids, she goes on, this was Sarah Jane's favourite toy. A zoetrope. This isn't the one we had back then. That one got damaged. But I bought this one to remind myself, to remember. She pushes a finger against the panels, setting them revolving. She keeps pushing so that the panels spin faster and faster. For a moment, there's nothing but mess and blur, nothing coalescing, nothing making sense. But then I see it. The tiny figures flow together and become one, not a series of images, but a single dancing figure, swaying, gliding, animated. I told Sarah Jane. She could imagine anything she wanted. She only had to think of it, and we could make it real. I thought that was how you were supposed to do things, how you made the world okay. My parents, my father especially, controlled everything that way. Beside us, the zoetrope slows, the dancing figure fragmenting, splitting, falling apart. But Freya sets it spinning again, and the little figure dances back to life. I thought it didn't matter what was real and what I made up. It was only later that I learned how dangerous that could be. I was lucky enough to have someone set me straight. A psychologist, would you believe? She gives a wry smile. But it was different with Jane. With Sarah. Because she never really had anyone to help her. And because she had such a lot of reality to suppress. With her, the game got completely out of hand. I can't tear my eyes away from the zoetrope, and it's spinning, feels as if it is spinning everything inside my head so fast, so violently that I can't get a grasp. She was there when it happened, says Freya. Sarah Jane witnessed the whole thing. Her father, the hammer. She had nightmares about it. She couldn't get those images out of her mind. And then Freya tells me about the night with her cousin, up on the roof. Back then, she goes on, I was only trying to help her. And later, after the accident, I honestly thought she would stop. But years later, when my own parents died, she came to their funeral. I was crying, and she put her arms round me and hugged me. I knew very little about what had happened to her since we were children. I knew she grew up with various foster families, but she came to the funeral and put her arms around me and hugged me, and she whispered to me, "It's all right, Freya. Remember? It's all right. You can just make believe that they're not really gone." And then I met you, and you told me about the table laid out in her flat, and I realised. Freya drops her head into her hands. She never stopped, did she? I don't think she ever stopped playing my game. Through my dizziness and vertigo, I see it. The pieces slide into a heart-rending picture. "Those plates," I blurt out. "The meal she was preparing, the table set for 2 guests. It was all in her mind, wasn't it? Nobody was ever going to come." Freya can only nod. "After you found her, the police tried to reach me, but I just couldn't do it. I couldn't speak to them. Because I understood at once why no one found her, and I knew, in the end, it was all my fault. She cut herself off from everything, everyone, lost herself in her fantasy world. And it was all because of what I had taught her. Our make-believe game had gone far too far. So I hung up every call from the police. I refused to answer even when they came here to my door. Like you have now. I wouldn't let them in. But you weren't going to stop. You wanted to know, and I didn't want you to expose me. It's obvious, and I'm sure of it now. I have a pain in my chest, as though all the muscles around my heart are cramping. You wrote that text message. You pushed all those pages through my door. You already had my address, my contact details, from the CMHT, and you dug out that old entry from my psychiatric file. You used what you thought happened with Charlie against me, to threaten me, to scare me. You tried to make me feel so crazy I would stop. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I was scared. There's a report about me. A terrible report about what happened between me and Sarah as children. If it had got out, If any of those details had got into the newspaper... Freya puts her face in her hands. It would have ruined all my ambitions and jeopardized my whole career. She looks up again. And honestly, I was only trying to help you, Jennifer. I mean, look at what all this searching has done to you. I was only trying to steer you away. For your own good. For your own health. I put my own head down. I grip my knees and force myself to take a breath, drawing the air right to the very bottom of my lungs. I think of Sarah and the truth she couldn't face. The world of dreams she made for herself. I think about those plates set out, ready and waiting for the imaginary guests who would never visit her. Those perfect parents who lived and breathed in her mind. She had created a fantasy as solid as real life, with Freya's dangerous, misguided help. I understand. I understand everything. All I've been doing is trying to get to the truth, and instead I've become tangled in falsehood after falsehood, layers of fantasy, layers of lies. And I've fallen victim to the biggest falsehood of them all. It's wrong, I gasp out to Freya. You say you want to help people, but that isn't helping. You lied to Sarah, and you did even worse to me. You haven't changed. You haven't learned. You've done the same thing, all over again. Beside me on the sofa, Charlie is stirring. He stretches, blinks. He is waking up. Mummy, he says, reaching for me. Mummy, where are we? But darkness is seeping into the edges of my eyes, dragging a curtain of blackness across my vision. I can't feel my limbs. My whole body has gone numb. All I can feel is my heart, hurling itself against the walls of my chest, lurching, stuttering. I can't control it. I can't even breathe. Stumbling, I try to get to my feet. I need to get me and Charlie out of here, but the pain in my chest is blinding. I can't see anything or feel anything except the shuddering of my heart. A total darkness is descending on me. I reach out a hand to try to grasp hold of something, anything, but there's nothing there. Somewhere, far away and very faintly, I think I hear a siren wail. I fall into the blackness for seconds, for minutes. I fall into the blackness for what feels like days. Chapter 36. When I wake up, there's a white ceiling above me. Rows and rows of white tiles. Under my head, there is a soft pillow. I close my eyes. When I open them again, I'm still in the same place. I move my hands and my palms brush against a blanket. Soft and real under my touch. There's a familiar smell. For a split second, it sets my stomach roiling. Then it eases Because I know it's all right this time. I'm in hospital. I am lying in a hospital bed. When I turn my head to the side, I glimpse the drip in my arm, the metal pole, the clear bag above me. I'm careful not to move too suddenly, not to dislodge anything. I can't tell how fragile I still am. I see someone, too, at the side of my bed. Alistair. My lower lip splits when I try to smile. My body has been suffering. I feel everything now. The pain is in every sinew and joint. It's all right, he says. Just take it easy. But I try to push myself upright in the bed. Where's Charlie? The words catch in my dry throat. Right here. He beckons to someone down at the end of my bed. Tears come into my eyes when I see my son. He pushes up to me, drops his weight onto me, burrowing against my neck. I manage to lift my bony arms and wrap them around him, a bandage holding the drip needle tight. How on earth have I got so unwell? Charlie, I whisper. Charlie, I'm so sorry. But it's all right now. All these people are going to look after us. Charlie, I promise you, I'm going to get well. A nurse comes to adjust the things around me that need fixing. I lie there and let her. I'm so unbelievably tired. She leans over me as she straightens the blanket. You suffered a terrible collapse, she says. You're very, very malnourished, and your potassium levels were something awful. But we've put you on a drip, and you're already looking pinker. Before long you should be right as rain. Alistair tells me I've only been here since last night, or rather, the very early hours of this morning. To me, though, it feels as if I've been out for weeks. He explains that he rang me, and Freya picked up and told him where I was. She was the one to call an ambulance. Alistair tells me he came as soon as he could. I thought you'd lied to me, I tell him, about being at university with Sarah. I'm sorry, he says, that I let you think I was there. I was so ashamed. I never made it to any university. I was struggling with anxiety, even back then. You shouldn't be embarrassed, I say. And I should have told you that I knew Sarah once. We worked together, very briefly. I fill him in with what tiny details I have. She really was as lovely as you said. Now the facts are all out in the open. Almost all of them. It feels better. It feels really good. The sun slides round the window of the ward. Morning, midday, afternoon. A different nurse brings round a tray of food and helps me to sit up and eat. It feels as though I haven't eaten in years. With each mouthful, I can feel my cells getting stronger. A doctor comes to tell me I should be able to go home this evening after just one more check of my bloods. I'll be discharged for follow-up through my GP. Alistair takes Charlie to the canteen for a hot chocolate, leaving me to get a little more rest. Once they've gone, the ward door closing softly behind them, for a few moments I lie there, staring at the ceiling again. I think of everything I have learned about Sarah Jane, or Jane, as Freya knew her. All the pieces of the picture that I have collected up and can now set out, like frames of a film ready to roll. I let the story all come together in my mind. All the thoughts and words are there. I think too about the email she once sent me. That casual phrase, "Stay in touch." But in the end, it was Sarah who cut ties. She did it with Marianne, with Alistair, with Chloe. With everybody, in the end. Retreating into herself and her own world. Telling her stories only to herself. It must have grown exhausting to be out there in the world, so full of spirit and life, with colleagues, with friends, with a boyfriend, being around people, keeping up the pretense, wondering when it would fall apart. I close my eyes and open them again. After eating something, I feel stronger. I think maybe I feel strong enough. I roll over and lift my phone from where someone has set it down on the bedside table. The screen is tiny, not like on my laptop, but it will have to do. I want to do this now, before I leave here, while I'm in this safe, clear space. I open up the Notes application, a fresh, blank screen. I think about my previous effort at a narrative for the inquest, that empty page, my thoughts a total blank. This time, I pour out everything. I don't care that it is emotion-filled and unprofessional, or that it feels like trying to describe a dream. It was a dream life that Sarah Jones was living. I conjure up the composite Sarah I have pieced together, and I try to tell the story of her life. The best way I know to explain the circumstances of her death. It isn't professional, but it's what I need to write down. It is what I want people to know. I want to set out the panels of her life clearly and tell a story people can try to understand. Share a lesson, perhaps for all of us to learn. It's just after 6 p.m. when I send the document off. I email it to the address the coroner's officer gave me. In there are all the answers I can give. I know these answers apply to me too. I know someday soon I will have to set my own record straight. Chapter 37. 3 weeks later. What do you wear to an inquest? I stand in front of the mirror in my small bedroom, holding items of clothing up against me. At least I have regained most of the weight I lost. My clothes fit me again, just about. I settle on a pale cream blouse and a pair of dark grey trousers, some smart shoes, a smart jacket. When I look at my reflection in the mirror, I'd like to say I look like my old self. The outfit is one I could easily have worn to work, and my hairstyle and makeup haven't changed. But I am different. I am changed. I can see it, clearly. I feel it in the way that, these days, I'm always trying to look myself right in the eye. I have gained back the weight, but I am still weaker than I should be. I am aware that I tend to move more slowly. I still have some recovering to do. Part of me wonders whether I should even attend this inquest, but most of me knows that I have to see this through to the end. When I saw my GP after discharge from the hospital, she wanted to refer me back to the mental health team. Small wonder, knowing my history, seeing the state I had got myself in. But I felt something shift in me after that night with Freya, something that has never shifted before. So, maybe I will need the mental health input again, but for now, I've managed to arrange a compromise. I've agreed to keep seeing my GP every week. And if she still wants to refer me after a month, I won't say no. I took Charlie to see the GP too, and all the tests she did say that he's just fine. The inquest is being held at Southwark Coroner's Court. A Abayomi has allowed me time off to go. He thought, in fact, that it would be good to have a representative of our housing association there, so I can go while Charlie is at school. He's doing better in class now than ever. His normal teacher is back, recovered from her surgery. She tells me Charlie seems happier and brighter than ever. And I don't tell her how things went while she was gone. I'm going to the inquest, but I won't have to speak. Mike Bernard, the coroner's officer, has said there is no need for that. I can go there and just listen to what the others have to say, to see what sense they have made of this for themselves. Mike Bernard has drawn my notes up into a statement, a neat-looking document that he posted me to sign. He had taken out a lot of my scribblings. Just stuck to the pertinent facts. Just the part I contributed to Sarah's sad fate. Alistair has told me that he'll be there. When I rang her, Marianne too said she will come. Chloe is on the other side of the world still, but she sent me a message this morning. She's thinking of Sarah. She will be there through her thoughts. And Freya. I can't stop wondering whether Freya will be there too. I stand for a last look at myself in front of the mirror. I look at myself square on. I'm ready. As ready as I can ever be. I take the bus towards the centre of town. April sunshine beams in through the scratched windows of the upper deck where I sit. It warms the interior so much that I have to take off my coat. I get off at the stop that TfL tells me is the right one, and I pull up the address again to check the directions from here. There is a text message on my phone from Alistair. I've just arrived. See you soon. I read it through twice, 3 times, before pushing the phone back into my pocket. The coroner's court is on Tennis Street, only a couple of minutes' walk from the bus stop. I at once see the figure of Alistair standing outside. He touches me gently on the arm when I join him and tells me that I really am looking better. I tuck my loose hair behind my ears and my chin into the collar of my coat. From the pavement, I look up at the building that looks so ordinary, like a dozen other council buildings. I can't help wondering how many stories have been told here. How many truths have been dragged into the light? Alistair checks his watch, then turns his wrist to show me. Shall we go in? He says. It is 10 to the hour. I nod. Inside there's a little desk, a sort of reception, and I explain that we've come for the inquest into the death of Sarah Jane Jones. The man on the desk has grey hair clipped short and skin lined with thick wrinkles. He gives us a book with a sheet to sign, and we put our names down one above the other. I can see from the page that Marianne is already here. She has come, just like she said she would. I spot PC Delia's name in there too. Alistair and I go in. Inside, the court is small and hushed. The walls are plain beige and the furnishings kitted out in smooth pale wood. There is no sense of grandeur, just efficiency. Well-meaning people doing their jobs. There is no judge or jury, but I make out the coroner right away. She looks wise, kindly. I wonder what she makes of my statement, and whether it has been of any help to her at all. PC Delia's sits in the very back row. She gives me a smile and a nod as I pass. Then I spot Marianne, sitting near the front. When she sees us, glancing over her shoulder, she stands up and comes over, leaning heavily on her crutch. She leans in to hug me, just like old friends. I wonder how much this day will cost her. How hard it will be for her to learn Sarah's reality, unpick the gold-edged image she's held and let it go. This is Alistair, I tell her. The man you told me about. Sarah's ex-boyfriend. I've set Marianne straight about Alistair. She was suspicious of him, though only looking out for me, but now I know that Marianne and Alistair are both people I can trust. Now, when I introduce them, she hugs Alistair too. I think of the funeral that no one came to. The difference this time. Friends of Sarah's are here. Maybe even family too. I look around the room again, but I still don't see Freya. Instead, there is a scattering of people I take to be journalists. Maybe now there will be full articles about Sarah. I imagine now they will release her name. I try to imagine what kind of stories they will print. Macabre stories, or compassionate ones. I think again about the statement I wrote. Whether any of that will form part of their truth. Freya isn't here, and I'm taken aback by the weight of disappointment in my chest. Usually, in inquest cases, I've learned, it is the family who are so desperate for clarity. So much of an inquest is for them. They are the ones, normally, who so need answers. Instead, this time, it was Sarah's only family fighting tooth and nail to keep things hidden. And then I see her, slipping in at the back. When she sees me, she smiles, her eyes meeting mine. But I find myself unable to smile back. Instead, I turn away. I wonder what I can possibly say to her. I feel as though I have so much and so little. But before I can wonder any further, we begin. The first witness is the pathologist who carried out the post-mortem. He describes how the body, Sarah's body, was identified from her dental records. The coroner's officer reads from Sarah's medical records, her history of allergies to wasp stings, tallying the dates of when she last renewed her EpiPen. Not recently enough. A police officer who attended the scene of the flat attests to the setup in that tiny space. I recognise him, vaguely, as one of the first officers who arrived on the scene. It brings those moments back to me. The cold wall against my shoulder as I leaned in the hallway outside the bedsit. That thick, sandy smell in my nostrils, the thin file of papers clutched to my chest. It all began from there. The shock, the trauma of it, the not sleeping, not eating. And the more I searched and searched for answers, the worse it became. A downward spiral. All those layers of fantasy and falsehood. All my threads of reality breaking down. They show a picture of the bedsit as we found it. The stark reality of how it was. So different from the fantasy Sarah created for herself. Like the zoetrope rising up to speed. I see it suddenly all coming together. Chapter 38. Back then. Sarah Jane Jones. After the accident, falling from the roof, Jane was in hospital a very long time. Weeks and weeks went by while they fixed her leg. It hurt a lot, but she tried not to cry. She was never supposed to cry. She knew now. A few times Uncle Brian and Aunt Susan came to visit. When they did, they didn't bring Prynne. For some reason, Jane's cousin wasn't allowed to see her. And Uncle Brian and Aunt Susan never stayed very long. There were other people who came to see her too. Fiona, the social worker she remembers from before. Once a policeman. When they talked to her, they used her proper name. She ended up being Sarah all over again. The grown-ups had lots of discussions. She could sense them making important plans. When Jane tried to think about what happened on the roof, the pictures were all fuzzy in her head. She remembers stars and Prynne and flying. She didn't remember what came after that. And if she thought too much, other pictures came up. Ones she couldn't stand and couldn't get away from. Not when she was lying in a hospital bed. In the hospital bed, she could hardly move. She could only lie there and think her thoughts. Terrible memories going round in her head. She had to find a way to stop them. That's when she remembered what Prynne had taught her. You only have to believe it, and it's real. That was where the real game began. Lying in that hospital bed for weeks by herself, Jane had a lot of time to practice. There were 1,000 details she could create. The more she practiced, the more real it became, and by the time she was well enough to leave and go home, to a brand new home all over again, what happened really seemed like nothing but a dream. And her make-believe life felt completely real. Almost 20 years later, Sarah unfolds the little table in her bedsit flat. The flat isn't big enough for a proper table, one that would be out all the time. She has to make use of the space as best she can. She's bought flowers from Tesco, garishly bright. She unwraps them and arranges them in a vase. In the kitchen is the on-offer bottle of wine she bought from the Sainsbury's local near the station, plus all the ingredients for a recipe she will follow. It is late April, and there's a mini heatwave in London. Sarah clambers up on the draining board to open the little flap window in the kitchen to get some air in. The kitchen is dirty. She hasn't cleaned for quite a while, but Sarah simply ignores the dirt. This window opens out to a scrubby patch of grass at the back, away from the noisiness of Brixton Hill and the main road. The air that comes in creates a breeze. And on the current of air, a clumsy wasp slips in too, confused by the unseasonable heat. It lands on the table, its wings iridescent in the afternoon light. Sarah puts the radio on, the same station she has listened to for years. Capital FM. It's old-fashioned to have a radio, but she uses her phone so little, really. It's easier without it. That way, there is nothing to disturb her scene. Life has been so tiring for her lately. All those friends she's made at the office where she temps. Sometimes she loses track of what she's told them. So often she can't remember who knows what. She likes them all, is glad for the company, but other people always make it less real. Sometimes she just gets exhausted, needs a little time for herself. This time, she feels it more than ever. So much so that she's ended up deleting all the numbers from her phone and all the contacts from her email account. She just isn't sure, this time, that she'll have the energy to go back. Up until now, she's had a little money to see her through, the inheritance from her aunt and uncle. It's been enough over the years that she doesn't have to work all the time, so long as she's careful and lives as cheaply as she can. It's allowed her to take time out, now and then. But now, that money isn't far off running out. Not long now until her guests arrive. It's going to be so wonderful to see them. They've been with her for such a long time, but she doesn't always get to spend time with them like this. Just for a moment, she feels something tugging at her, like a whisper, as though she is dreaming and far away someone is trying to wake her up. A flicker of screaming. Blood. But Sarah ignores it. Nothing matters, except for right now. She sets the fold-out table with plates and cutlery. The glasses she puts out are smudged with fingerprints, but the sun makes them sparkle. From a distance, they look fine. She removes the sauce from the heat, switches off the cooker for now, and sits on the little sofa in the living room, sliding down so that her head rests against the arm. The radio plays. The sun dazzles in through the tiny window. It's hard to see clearly against the glare. It's easier if she simply closes her eyes. She thinks of that summer as a kid, with her cousin, spinning the zoetrope, turning cartwheels on the lawn. Above her, the wasp traces lazy lines through the hot air of the flat. Sarah can hear it buzzing over the sound of the radio. She should probably be scared, but she isn't really. To be honest, She isn't scared of much anymore. Maybe in some ways it would be a relief. The wasp lands gently on the arm of the sofa. Sarah feels its tiny legs tangle in her hair. It is so peaceful, lying here in the April warmth. When she feels something brush at her neck, she doesn't mind. She pictures her guests arriving any minute. Her parents, the ones she made from the stars. She focuses on how much she loves them, how much they love her. Nothing between them has ever been wrong. The world out there... But she lets the thought extinguish. She refuses to be anywhere else but here. She can feel the wasp, softly tickling on her neck. She reaches up a hand, but not to brush it away. With her palm, she makes a little cup over the creature. She feels it vibrate against her skin. It wants out, and she should let it go, but what if? What if? She tightens her hand a little, trapping it, hugging it close to her neck. She just wants to sleep, honestly. Sink into a dream. That's all she's ever really wanted from this life. She knows the truth is that she never faced what happened. She never came to terms with it, never had the chance to try. She had to just cover the whole thing over, weave a dream life in which she could live. But it's so tiring to keep all the pieces stitched together. She's always at risk of falling through. But if she could sleep, forever, how glorious it would be to never have to wake up. The sting, when it comes, feels far away and faint. Moments later, a mugginess sweeps over her, thickening her tongue, her throat. Distantly, so distantly, Sarah knows what is happening. She knows how dangerous this is. But here and now, all she knows is that the door of her flat is opening and a man and woman are stepping inside. They've come. They're here. She is drifting. Everything around her is fading, but here and now there's a lovely mother and father with her, just the way she always wanted. A perfect moment she has created. A perfect make-believe of a life. And nothing to wake her up from the dream. Chapter 39. After just 2 hours, the coroner reaches her conclusion. An open verdict. She is satisfied, she tells us, that there was no foul play. So much of the evidence points towards natural causes. Only there is not quite enough evidence to rule more conclusively, and so that is her finding on the cause of death. An open verdict. And it is not her job to go much further than that. Around me, I'm aware of people getting up and leaving the courtroom, and yet I find myself unable to move. I just need a minute, I tell Alistair, and quietly he slips away. I will get up in just 1 second. It's not long until I have to collect Charlie from school, but I need a moment. At some level, I already know what I must do. It feels as though this has been the point of this whole journey. Maybe, in the end, that was why I was the one to find Sarah. It's maybe why from the start I needed so badly to know what had happened. I almost lost my mind on the way, almost sacrificed my health in the process. But maybe I had to walk through that fire, that long, dark tunnel, to reach this point. At last I stand, my legs stiff, and make my way out of the courthouse into the pale April sunshine. Alistair and Marianne are waiting outside for me, and Freya, too. Freya steps forward. I can tell at once that there is something she wants to say to me. I let her approach and push my hands into my pockets, waiting to hear what she has to say. You were right. Her words are quiet but direct. And I just want you to know, I'm not working with the team anymore. I'm not going to pursue a psychology career. I can't do it. It wouldn't be right. Not after everything I did. I look at her and meet her eyes. You told me that you wanted to help people. But you do that by giving them the truth. Instead, you tried to mess with my reality too. I know, she says. I know that. And I'm really going to change. And now, it's time I took my own advice. I head home. When I reach the flat, there is still a little time left before I need to go and collect Charlie. In the kitchen, I open the cupboard under the sink. The recycling bag is still here, with those pages of notes stuffed deep inside. They are real, after all. It's weeks since I dumped them in there. Right then, there was no way I could look at them. They were my worst nightmare, the thing I had been running from for years, thinking I could keep it at bay by punishing myself in my own bizarre ways. I know now what I have to do. I wonder if, at some level, Dad had been fighting for this all along. Trying to find a way to talk to me about it. But for all those years, I didn't want to speak about it. And then Dad's first loyalty was always to Mum. No doubt, the conflict inside ate him up over the years. There's a reason he needs those small tablets that live in a drawer by his bed. In the end, it would have come down to me. I think the reality is, I've been needing this the whole time. I pull the bag out and empty it, laying all the pages out on the kitchen table. I fetch a thick, dark pen from the living room, plus fresh paper and a biro, and set them on the table as well. Ready. I take each sheet of notes and order them as best I can, checking dates, checking the timeline of appointments and events. They go a long way back. My whole history. Back then, my mother was only trying to help. Just as Freya was only trying to help her cousin. Freya stumbled on the power of the mind. She knew what a difference an alternative narrative could make. But that power can be such a danger. We can be so blinded by what we try to make ourselves believe. I finally find the page I am looking for, an old entry from 8 years ago. Mrs. Arden, client's mother, explained that her daughter fell asleep with her infant son on the couch at home. The child slipped down and became trapped against the cushions and suffered a degree of asphyxiation. Mrs. Arden discovered mother and baby, woke her daughter and called an ambulance. Doctors examining the child report no observable damage, but Jennifer Arden has been presenting as highly agitated and distressed. Freya would have seen this entry in my file, and, for her needs, that narrative already contained enough guilt. She fired off an anonymous accusation, confident of it landing. Jennifer Arden, I know what you did. I stare at the typed words for a really long time. It's even longer before I can pick up the pen, but I do it. If I have learned anything from all of this, it is that we need to face it. Our truth. Our whole truth, and nothing but. That is what truly protects us from madness. Facing and dealing with the things in our lives that have happened or that we've done. Dealing with the parts of ourselves that we are most frightened of. I draw a thick, heavy line through all of those words, erasing them, redacting them, blotting them out. Then I write the true words in their place. Chapter 40. I met Charlie's father the summer I returned home from university. Uni had been a stretch for me. I didn't cope very well with being away from home. Growing up, I'd been so used to doing everything Mum's way. I didn't know how to think for myself. Afterwards, that June, I came back to the same house, back to my parents. My old school friends had moved on, or I hadn't kept in touch. It was a hot summer, a heatwave. There was very little to do, except wait for my exam results. I didn't know what I wanted to do next in my life. My thoughts about a career drew a blank. The whole summer stretched ahead of me, emptily. Most days I took the train into Brighton, meandered along the seafront. I met Charlie's dad, Luke, there. I remembered him vaguely from school. He had been in the year above me. He remembered me vaguely too, enough to recognise me, but not enough to really know anything about me. We hung out together all of that summer. Come July, we were officially dating. Come August, I had got my results. A 2-2. Bit of a disappointment, really. I got a job working in a local cafe. Luke was working in his dad's business, a timber yard on the outskirts of town. He usually smelled of sawdust when we met up. We were together for the whole of the next year. He had a flat that I stayed at most of the time, taking the train back at weekends to see my parents. The following February, we put my name on the lease. I think I got pregnant because I didn't have any other plans. We both had steady jobs. We lived together. Sometimes we'd talk about getting married, but Luke's dad had been married 3 times, so he didn't believe in it, he said. So we made a baby instead. I just couldn't think of what else to do with my life. I liked being pregnant. I really did. It was a proper project. My parents were happy too. My mum had often talked about grandchildren, a sort of second chance for her, maybe. As a mum, she had never got things quite right. Over the next winter, my stomach grew and grew. We set up a nursery in the flat. Luke worked longer hours at the timber yard. He said he was trying to save extra money. It meant we didn't see much of each other, though. He felt a little distant, but that was okay. It was only going to be for a while, just to save up a bit and get ahead. It was all ways of planning for when the baby came. Luke worked extra hours and I sorted out the cot, the baby clothes, the nursery, all of that. My waters broke on the 1st of May. Luke was at work. He didn't answer his phone straight away. Mum was the one who drove me to the hospital. At the hospital, things moved very, very quickly. Maybe there would never have been enough time for Luke to get there. My labour had started in earnest when his text came through. "Sorry, I can't do this," it said. Everything just fell apart then. The whole picture I had set up for myself, my life with Luke, a future, a family, a pretty picture postcard my mum could enjoy. And now none of it was going to be real. I moved, with Charlie, back into Mum and Dad's house. Luke stayed in his same flat in town, and then moved away to Scotland a few months later. I couldn't stop crying. That was the first sign that something was wrong. Nobody saw it, though. Somehow. Perhaps Dad assumed I was just upset about the breakup. Maybe Mum just pretended that I was only missing Luke. Mum told her friends and neighbours that he had had to take a job up north. She didn't tell anyone that Luke had left me. I was not coping well with Charlie. He was only a baby, but I got angry with him all the time. It felt as if he knew exactly how to time his bouts of crying so as to tip me over the edge. I didn't talk to anyone about it. I didn't really have anyone to tell. My uni friends had all moved on. The mums from my NCT class were all coping fine. Dad was in the background, happy as always to let Mum take the lead. And Mum just kept saying what a lovely baby he was, picking him up and pinching his cheeks. I'm not sure how long exactly Charlie had been crying for that night. In my mind, it was 6, 7 hours. Non-stop. Everything was a haze for me. It was as though I was standing outside myself, watching. Seeing exactly what I was about to do, but utterly, completely powerless to stop it. Still now, in my dreams, sometimes, I can see myself lifting up the cushion. I can hear the wave of silence and relief as I press it down. Mum found us. Thank God Mum found us. At the hospital she lied. She told them a much more palatable story, one she could share with the neighbours if she had to. Just an accident. Just a mistake. Nothing to do with me being unwell. My mother helped look after Charlie a lot more after that. She took him off me most of the time. And I fought my way up through the blackness. I managed to break free of it. Not talking to anyone, just fighting interminably upwards on my own. I think it cost me a great deal to do it like that. I think it left me with strange mental scars. There came a day when I made it out. I remember the exact moment. It happened one morning, quite out of the blue. I went through to Charlie's room to lift him from his cot, and the early morning sun was shining in at the window, dazzling him a little in his eyes. I lifted my hand to make a shade for him, and he opened his eyes wide, looked up at me and smiled. He smiled. In that moment, my whole world righted itself. From that moment, I loved Charlie in a way that made everything else fall away, everything that had gone before. I loved him with a violent, soul-bending love. And I have never fallen out of love with him since. Chapter 41. The day after the inquest, Friday, I head into the office. Emma is there, same as always, scrolling through the dozens of updates on her phone. I listen more carefully to her this time, though, to what she says when she tells me about all her online friends, people she knows from all over the world who like her posts and put hearts for her kitten pictures and cry-laugh emojis at the silly things she says. People she has never met. People she only knows online. As we switch off our computers at the end of the day, I do something I never have before. I ask her if she has any plans for the evening. Before, I've always assumed she has so many friends. In my mind, she was always rushing across London for parties. But... "Oh," she says with an awkward laugh. "No, bit of a quiet one for me tonight." She looks really quite small, standing there in the office doorway with her coat done up right to her chin, her phone still clutched in her hand like a lifeline to the world. "Do you fancy an after-work drink, then? I don't have to pick up Charlie until later." Charlie is on a playdate with Molly until 6:30, and right now it is only just after 5. Emma's eyebrows lift in surprise, but a smile follows quickly behind. "Thanks," she says. "That would be really nice. It can be a bit lonely, you know? Nights you're home alone." I smile back at her. I think of all the assumptions it's so easy to make. I nod. Yeah, I know. We turn off the office lights and set the alarms. I wait for her at the top of the stairs as she locks the office door behind us. Then we head down into the hubbub of the city together. On Saturday, it's a clear spring day, mid-April. Charlie and I go to the park. The sun is bright, and it's warm enough that Charlie has stripped down to his t-shirt. Warm enough that I am not shivering. I've got a takeaway hot chocolate in my hand, thick with cream and chocolate sprinkles. I got it from the new coffee shop that's opened up round the corner from us, another trendy cafe in Brixton. Soon, we'll head back to the flat for lunch, where the fridge is stocked with all kinds of wholesome foods. I'm doing better now. I've put on quite a bit of weight. In front of me, Charlie runs in circles, burning off all the energy he has. The air is so clear, and my head is clear too. It is quite easy for me to see him properly now. "Watch me!" he shouts. "Mummy, watch me!" His birthday is coming up in just 2 weeks. He took the invitations into school yesterday, and he tells me almost everyone's going to come. It's a lot better at the school gates now, ever since I called up Molly's mum and explained about my anxiety and why I behaved how I did. She said she totally, completely understood. Funnily enough, she used to suffer depression. Then she must have had a word with the other school parents, because it's pretty much back to normal now at the gates. I'm thinking, too, about calling Alistair later. Inviting him along to the party. It's probably not Marianne's kind of thing, but I'm going to call her as well to suggest we meet up for coffee and cake. It's about time I started making an effort. Stopped keeping my whole life to myself. Charlie climbs to the top of the slide, the metal glinting in the April sunshine, bright as a blade. He shrieks as he catapults down, landing awkwardly at the bottom, scattering wood chips. For a moment, my heart trips over itself, losing all coordination. Then Charlie scrambles back to his feet, and I draw a sharp breath, scraping the air back into my lungs. He is healthy. He is fine. Isn't that what the GP said? I hold up my phone and take a picture of him. For a moment, my fingers hover over my contacts. Then I select Dad's email and forward the photo to him. Since my unannounced visit, he's been calling more often, and even got Mum to finally come to the phone. Those conversations are brief and stilted, but at least, I tell myself, it's a start. "The slide, Mummy?" shouts Charlie. "Can I go on the slide?" I hold my phone camera up again. Of course. Sarah chose to live in a fantasy. A fantasy partly of Freya's making. And in trying to unravel that fantasy, I came close to losing my own mind. It sent me on that downward spiral until I didn't know which way was up. But I was vulnerable already. Of course I was. Because of my own fantasy I was living. But crossing those words out in my file and writing the real ones is what has freed me. Facing the awful, painful truth. I wasn't well back then, and I should have had help. The rift in my reality began right back then. Now I am sound in body and mind. I can tell what is true now and what is false. Now I have Charlie, safe with me, happy in the light of this bright spring day. A shiver. A cloud passes over the sun, and sunlight and shade blur in its shadow. How easily it can happen, I think. To layer one reality over another. How powerful the mind is. How fragile. But I wrote the truth in my own hand in my notes. And I keep that page, with all my other strategies and tools, on the top. In case, like Sarah, I should ever be tempted again. I pull my jacket a little more tightly around me as Charlie runs up to me, takes my hand in his. I look down at him, straight on, and smile. I know what I did to him, long ago. I can look that too, now, squarely in the face. So that's what I have to remember from here on. Not to forget, and not to look away. I squeeze Charlie's hand in mine. The sun comes out, shining bright again, almost too bright to properly see by. All good? I say to him, screwing my eyes up a little in the glare. Charlie looks up at me, his face so open, his smile only ever so slightly lopsided. All good, he tells me. 100% fine. And I keep smiling back, my heart skittering in my chest, and tell myself that I really do believe him. That was Safe and Sound by Philippa East. Read by Josephine Arden. Produced by RNIB Talking Book Studios, Camden. This has been an audiobook from HQ, an imprint of HarperCollins. Text copyright 2021. Production copyright 2021 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Philippa East asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.